Right now, I'm just going to go out on a limb and say he will not scream in the way that Brock did last night. He will not get any of those. I think Brenna is still, look at her. She's still shell-shocked. She's got PTSD. The look on her face when Brock stood up and said, yes, and he's got the arms out, and he just went full Viking there, and she just looked at him like, what in the world is wrong with you?
Yeah, it was. I was too busy trying to get as far away from Brock as I could, and then I took my headphones off and it was louder. So then I put them back on, and
I knew it was coming though. I knew it was coming. So if you watch the video, I started leaning into Bumpus. I started slowly leaning because I didn't know if he was going to start slapping backs. You know, he gets a little physical when he gets excited, but yesterday was fun. It was a fun day.
That was great.
It was a fun first round for those of you that were tuned in, and we've got you covered through the second and third rounds. Today we're going to take you up to, 5:20, Lefko? Is that it? Lefko's busy not doing anything. He's talking to other people. At which point we'll turn you over to the Mariners pregame show, I believe.
Yeah.
The red-hot Seattle Mariners.
Red hot, baby. I love it. I can't wait to watch the game tonight. And, I guess we'll have to tape it and watch it later. But because we got the draft going until, 9?
Hey, Lefko. Hi. So I don't want to interrupt your conversation out there. 5:30 pregame?
Yes, 5:30 pregame, 6:40
first pitch. It's not coming through. No, we're not hearing you.
Well,
that's okay. 5:30 pregame. Okay, at which point they can watch us and listen to us on the app and on YouTube. SeattleSports.com and YouTube is where you can find all our draft coverage. Again, Michael Bumpus will be here with us.
This is
Ray
the
Roberts
kind of professionalism you can expect.
That's exactly
Starting
right.
off the show with imitations and trying to flag down Mike Lefko.
He's just completely ignoring us.
Well, you would think there was food out there or something.
I know.
Yeah.
It's just caught his attention there. But, so we've got you covered. You guys can just have a seat, or they're probably out. You're listening to us on the app because they're enjoying the weather outside. It's beautiful.
It is nice.
It was a wonderful day to sit in traffic. I really enjoyed sitting in my car. At least it was. At least it wasn't dumping rain on. I don't know what's going on 405. It's not good though.
You know, they used to have that snitch line where you could call in and report people that are driving in the carpool lane.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And
did you do that before?
I saw somebody behind me wagging their finger at me, and I was like, I gotta go, man.
Today?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I broke the rules, but
I said,
I had to get
no,
here.
no.
Yeah, and I would just say, hey, my daughter was laying down in the back seat.
Yeah,
and you can't see her, so that's always what
the snitch line. Now it's just a wag your finger line.
Yeah, do you remember that? Who would go and snitch on somebody?
It was also 1-800-BE-A-HERO.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. And I'm like, that's the opposite of a hero. You're a snitch.
Do you call and say, I'm here to be a hero? Could I speak with somebody? I want to be a hero.
Jeez.
Give me a break. Be a hero.
I'm glad you remember that.
You had somebody wagging their finger at you, huh? Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, I'm excited about today. You know, you got the second round. Second rounders are the most important, Bob.
Is that right?
Yeah, Ray Roberts will tell you first round, but when he gets here. But no, I mean, you got the number 50 and 52 pick, and you know, I was just kind of going through and looking at the picks that they have, and I don't know. I think number 52 and number 82 are kind of important because those were the picks that you got back for DK.
Why do you hate pick 50?
52. What's that?
I said, why do you hate pick 50?
I just think it'll be something to, because whenever you trade a player away, you never really get what you think. I mean, DK, if you would have said, if I hadn't been around the NFL, and covered this for every year, you would say, oh, DK, he'd probably get a first for him or a second maybe, and but typically you don't get what you would think.
You don't feel like you're getting equal value.
Yeah, because this is a prospect that they're getting.
I was thinking about this last night, and I saw some quotes from Tyler, talking about going to Tennessee, and I'm going to miss that guy, one of the great Seahawks of all time, Tyler Lockett.
Oh yeah.
But you're without DK, you're without Tyler, you got Cooper Kupp, you got JSN, you got MVS.
Yeah.
You got Bobo.
Yeah.
You got kind of, by football standards, not by regular, ordinary Mo on the street standards, but by football standards, kind of a slow receiving core. You don't have a burner. You don't have that Who's your threat? And maybe it's not necessary in this offense. Maybe it's a luxury item, but it's not a necessary item. I don't know. I don't really know. I mean, do you see it that way? I mean, Cooper Kupp is. I mean, again, compared to people on the outside, extremely fast by football standards. Yeah, you're not a real fast receiving core there.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at some of the receivers that are left on the board here. Jaden Higgins at Iowa State is on somebody's mock draft. Jalen Noel, Iowa State kid. Yeah, there's a few there. The one thing though, Brock brought this up yesterday, and that it is what they call shell coverage. The reason why is because it looks like a shell if you connect all the dots. But you got corners playing off, you got safeties playing off. They're not giving up the deep ball.
Right.
And so we talked about that a little bit yesterday. That the need for those kinds of burners that are just going to run past everybody, that's just not happening in the NFL. Everybody's keeping everything underneath, and
nobody takes the top off of defense anymore.
There you go.
Is that not a thing? Having the top taken off anymore? Yeah, I don't. And maybe again, it's not as necessary. It's a luxury to have. DK obviously incredibly fast, but when just looking at it, I was just a thought, not a criticism or a concern, more of Kupp, JSN, MBS, Bobo. Yeah, not a ton of burners, not a ton of speed.
Yeah,
you're looking at there.
Well, and literally with Bobo, I mean, he runs a 4.9.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think MBS, he's got some pretty good speed, but I think what you were talking about earlier, that maybe that's not going to be a priority of just, it just doesn't really happen that often where you see a guy just run a go route and get behind the defense and, he's outrun everyone.
Yeah. So we'll see what they get done today. I mean, we did the videos at the end of the segment or at the end of the show yesterday for Instagram and for the website and everything. Just a quick thought that everybody gave their ideas to what they want to see today.
Right.
And for me, I said I'd love to see another O lineman. I don't feel like they're done unless, again, I'm ignoring, I guess, their belief in the guys they currently have. But another O lineman and a cornerback.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what to expect from Reek Woolen. And you got Job on a 1-year deal. You got Reek Woolen in the final year of his deal. We love Witherspoon. Obviously, that's a given. You don't have depth. You certainly don't have depth beyond this season. So it feels like, whether this is certainly a huge prove-it year for Reek Woolen. I think this is a monster year for him. You don't have a lot of stability there just looking into the future. So I could see cornerback being an area they'd want to focus on.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that one. Also, more offensive linemen, always use that. And then, maybe a safety. There's that Emmanwori kid from South Carolina that's still available, and I don't know if he's going to last to number 50 because he's pretty high on, I think it was Daniel Jeremiah's list as far as getting drafted in the second round. But you're right about corner. I mean, Nehemiah Pritchett looked pretty good, but he was a rookie last year. So if you look at the depth chart right now, your corners are Spoon and Reek Woolen. And as you mentioned, not sure what we're going to get out of Reek Woolen. And then, you picked up Josh Jobe, which was a good pickup. He was a guy they got from, I think it was Philadelphia. And then you got Nehemiah Pritchett, who's going into his second year. Expect a big improvement there. But, yeah, you need some corners there. And, having defensive backs, that's another reason why I mentioned, getting another safety because, they have Kobe Bryant, they have Jarek Reed, Julian Love, and then A.J. Finley. Mm-hmm. But other than that, you're getting lots of defensive backs on the field now. You got these packages. Sometimes you have one inside linebacker.
Yeah,
you got
you hate seeing corners.
That. I do.
The inside linebackers getting phased out.
It's like I wonder what Max Strong thinks. He's a classic fullback. I mean, just one of the best of all time. And that position has kind of been eliminated the way the game's going.
Yeah, it's going to be. I mean, the beauty is they've got so many opportunities here. They can go a lot of different ways. There's a lot of great talent still on the board. Certainly, stories outside of the Seahawks will center around Shedeur Sanders. That became the, for anybody who watched any of the wrap up. I watched some of it when I got home on ESPN and NFL Network. Just in that was the main story. There wasn't any wasn't any conversation. A lot of times those conversations about, wow, this team really reached for this guy, really reached for that guy. I didn't see any. They may have talked about it. I didn't catch any of it when I got home. It was all Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
That's all anybody was talking about. Kept showing those clips over and over of him hanging in the wherever he was with his dad and all the people there, and kept showing his clip, which I thought, I got to give him credit. I thought he handled it well in terms of how he addressed the people at his draft party.
Yeah.
It was interesting. He said something like, this happened for no reason. We don't know why this happened or something,
right.
or nobody expected this to happen, or,
Yeah.
but he I thought handled it pretty well considering the level of disappointment I'm certain he was feeling.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought so too. I agree. I thought, and I like Deion. I really do. But, John had said earlier, because, when they picked up Drew Lock, that didn't preclude them necessarily from taking a quarterback in the draft. And so somebody was talking about it, and I heard Brady Henderson on early, and I thought the same thing. And that's that, I don't know that John wants that show coming to town with Deion and everything. I mean, they, look, Russ was great. I think it was more his agent at the end there that got him to come in and make all of these demands and everything. I think that was a fairly traumatic thing for, that happened here. Because John always talks, well, he didn't always talk about it, but every once in a while he'll say, hey, what's wrong with us? Why do you want to get traded away? It kind of hurts your feelings a little bit, and, that, and you can't have feelings, and John doesn't let you.
You can't have feelings.
He doesn't let it get in the way or anything, but it's just that you kind of in the back of your mind go, hey, and I think it's still in the back of his mind about, that whole thing with Russell Wilson and his agent and how that went down. And yeah, I don't think you want that kind of drama anymore. And especially since you already got, 3 quarterbacks that you pretty much believe in.
Well, and I heard just a little bit of Brady on my way in, and he was saying something and talking about Geno, saying there was some maintenance to him, kind of implying, there's a little more to dealing with him than there are to other quarterbacks, and talking about how they were, Sam Darnold is just this guy who's just considered just a good teammate, easy to deal with. Drew Lock, same way. Sam Howell, to a certain extent, same way. We don't know as much about him, but just talking about there was some extra care in dealing with Geno. This is according to Brady, and the feeling like, in talking about Shedeur Sanders, saying, that element isn't here, and I don't think they're looking to replace it with another person that may require some, extra special attention, if you will.
Yeah, that's interesting just because, being around Geno on the trip and everything, and we have talked about how we never really got a chance to sit down and talk to him like we did with Russ. I mean, Russ early on, I just remember the first thing with Russ was thinking, is this guy for real? And then later on, you're like, yeah, he is. That's him.
For better or worse, that's who he is.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we never really got a chance to. And Geno, he just always had his glasses on and his headphones on, and and I think he was good interacting with his teammates. But as far as I do think you're right. We found out from Brady Henderson that, he had that little mini holdout last year that nobody really recognized. I think it was called a personal day or something. And actually it was days. I think it was like 3 days or 3 practices. So yeah, you're right. I mean, there is a little bit of that. And, and I think certainly the Russell thing, you don't want any part of that kind of stuff happening with your quarterback. So, yeah, I'm pretty doubtful that they would. I would think that would be like the last move that they would make is taking Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, as much as I really do expect them to take a quarterback with one of their picks. Maybe I don't think it would be him. I don't know that they would do that. It'd be interesting. Certainly, be an interesting conversation and story. But I don't know, and he may go. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think he's within the first few picks of the second round? I was watching NFL Network this morning, and they were speculating he could drop to the 3rd round. He could drop to the Steelers at pick. I don't know what they have, pick 80 something, whatever they're doing there. But I was like, wow, that's a pretty precipitous drop, considering this is a guy that was being talked about at one point is he the first overall pick? Well, he's certainly top 5, but is he number 1?
Well, and if you're Schneider and you've decided, hey, I we're not going to draft him. We're just not.
Pick 83, by the way, is what they were talking about. By the way, the Seahawks have pick 82.
82,
so
yeah.
Currently sitting right in front of the
Maybe
Steelers
they can
there.
get somebody to trade up,
if
and
he's
get an
still
extra pick
there.
out of it. Yeah. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting, and he's going to be the big story this year. Like you said, there's always one guy. One year it was Aaron Rodgers sitting in the green room, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, one year we had the bong mask. Remember that?
Oh yeah, Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah. I just remember looking up and seeing that image on TV. I'm like, what in the hell's going on here?
Yeah.
There's a guy with a gas mask on. And
Yeah.
so he fell a little bit
And turned into a stud player.
yeah, he's a great player. So yeah, I mean, there's always some kind of drama in the draft. I think this is one of the better ones, especially with Dion just kind of promoting his guys and everything and saying he knows what the NFL is all about and where he wants his guys to go and all that. And yeah, it's interesting. But deep down, I like Dion.
Yeah.
I don't like some of the things he says about. I think he tries to speak things into existence,
Mm-hmm.
and he tries to like make things different, and it's like they're not, Dion.
Yeah.
It's still the same. The GMs are the same. The coaches are the same. The NFL is not going to entirely change just because of you. Because you think that, it should be different.
Do you buy? I saw a lot of speculation. Why did he drop? And everybody has their theory as to why Shedeur dropped. A lot of people kept saying, no, nobody wants to deal with Dion. It's all Dion. I'm like, I don't buy that. He's got his own career. He's the head coach of Colorado. It's not like he's going to be hanging out in the locker rooms and calling the coach up and saying, you need to do this, that, and the other. I mean, maybe he would. I don't know. But it just the idea that he's going to be an overbearing presence was sort of put out there, and I disagree with that. I know he's a guy who's very vocal. He's very animated. He's got strong convictions in what he believes. I mean, I know him a bit. I showed you this picture. I did a show with him for a week at the Super Bowl years ago. I was going to move to Texas and do a show with him, and so I have some knowledge of his character. He's a good dude. But he's going to tell you what he thinks, and he absolutely believes what he says. So for better or worse,
But you don't think that because of what they went through with Russ, that is maybe something that they don't want to.
Oh, I 100% believe they. I'm starting to believe. We saw that one report that came out. By the way, are we doing take two, Lefko? Is that no? Okay. I saw that we saw that one report that came out. A quote from a GM that said that was the most unprofessional interview I've ever seen. This kid is so entitled, and we were debating. Remember, we talked about it a bit with Bump and those guys, and just talking about, is that smokescreen? Is that a team trying to draw interest away from a player they really want, so they're floating this out there and using the media? Now you look at it and go, all right, well, maybe whoever said that, and there was no name attached to it, it was just a GM, maybe that was true. Maybe, I mean, that's his perception, this person's perception, but maybe it wasn't, hey, I'm doing this for strategic reasons. I came out of that meeting feeling this way.
Well, the other thing, too, that was kind of shocking is Brock's description of his workout.
Yeah,
he said it wasn't good.
Which everybody, that's always set up for them to shine.
Yeah.
It's in their environment with their players and their facility, and it's sort of almost impossible not to look good in those settings.
I'm trying to remember, did he go to the Combine?
He didn't. No, he didn't.
Yeah, so he had, and that,
I think he might have gone there and did the measurables maybe, but
yeah,
he didn't. I don't think
compete.
He did anything beyond that.
To me, I'm a big Combine guy just because it's another opportunity to compete. And like you said, what you're describing, the pro day, it's your own receivers, it's your locker room, it's your field, it's, it's set up to make you look good. Mm-hmm. Whereas you go to the Combine and the coaches are telling you, hey, we're doing this drill and we're throwing this kind of route. And this is what, because I know for me, I didn't know what any of the workouts were going to look like going in there. And I don't know, maybe they give them some kind of a little bit of a brief before, but to me, it's always better to have a guy there competing with, guys that he's going to be playing against.
Yeah.
And, and so he has, to your point, he sets up his pro day at his place. Everything is set up for him, and he didn't have a good workout. And Brock was talking about, some of the passes that he was making that weren't tight spirals, and just, it didn't look good.
Which again is surprising.
Shocking.
Yeah, you just don't hear that very often from somebody's individual workouts. Yeah, when they're at the combine, they're throwing to receivers they don't know.
Right.
You know, all of that makes a little more sense, and there's probably some grace there. Mm-hmm. But, man, these pro days are all set up to make you shine.
Yeah.
You know, they're guys you throw to. They're guys you're familiar. You know their tendencies. You know where, they know where you like to be, and just everything is set up for your success.
Yeah,
so,
I know everybody makes fun of the combine, because of the numbers and the underwear Olympics and everything. But when they do the workouts and stuff, I remember I tell this story every year, watching KJ Wright in 2010, watching him at the combine, go, wow, this guy's a really interesting looking linebacker. He covers lots of ground, everything. Had no idea who he was. But, you see those kinds of workouts, they matter. C.J. Stroud, a couple of years ago, he was phenomenal at the combine.
Yeah,
he had by far the best workout there. So yeah, I'm a big believer in that. And so the fact that Shedeur Sanders, didn't go through all the drills and everything, and just had his own personal pro day, and it didn't go well. It's kind of shocking to hear.
Yeah. All right. By the way, if you guys missed any part of the show, you can just, or you just want to go watch things again, you can check out our Wyman and Bob channel on the Seattle Sports YouTube page. You can search for Seattle Sports on all social media platforms like X, Instagram, Blue Sky, Threads. We're all over the place. And you can find any segment like our conversation yesterday with John Schneider. By the way, did we get any clarity? Are we talking to him next week? Do we know?
Yeah, I'm not sure yet.
Do we know, Lefko? We don't know. All right.
We did find out from him last night, though, that Gray Zabel was his number one. That was the guy they were going to take.
Yep, that was the guy they got. That was the guy they wanted. Gray Zabel was that guy. Brady Henderson had originally projected the Seahawks to take him as well, so we'll let him come in and take a victory lap with us as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The first round's in the books.
The Seattle Seahawks select Gray Zabel.
I'd ask Brock how he feels, but I think the world is aware.
This guy is your starting guard.
Today, live second and third round coverage starting at 4. Draft coverage continues on YouTube and the app at 5:30 when the Red Hot Mariners return home for the first of 3 against the Marlins on 710. The app lets you listen to both.
Yes, God! Yes!
Only on Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman here for my friends at Harley Exteriors. They're a local company serving all of Western Washington for the past 23 years. And I'm really excited to work with Harley Exteriors because they're my kind of people. I had Ray, Chris, and Nick out to my house just to see what they could do for us. You see, we've been in the same house for 24 years, and virtually every window in our home has a broken seal. So Harley Exteriors, they have an exclusive high-quality Euro vinyl Olympic Series window, and it's manufactured right here in Washington, and these windows are designed specifically for homes in the Pacific Northwest, helping to maximize energy, efficiency, and mostly beauty. It's a window you can trust to last the life of your home. It's very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. And through April, buy 1 window and get the second for 40% off. Harley Exteriors, they're big fans of the station, and they're excited to work with our listeners, and I'm proud to be working with Ray and Chris and Nick at Harley Exteriors. It's a team you can get behind. So get in touch with Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more. They're right here in the Puget Sound. So give them a call at 833-HARLEY, HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY. Or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Pizza Hut's fan favorite Cheesy Bites pizza is back. For just $15.99, get a large pizza with 28 pullable, poppable, cheese-filled bites. Plus the new Ranch Lovers Flight with ultimate chipotle and pepperoni ranch dips. Order now at pizzahut.com.
The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. 400 new and used RVs, plus manufactured homes. Over 1,000 floor plan options. It's your best chance to save all year. Browse the exhibits, chat with the experts, free parking. Tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi power boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus One unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus One unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
4 down territory. Going inside the game. What Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for a Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
Michael Bumpus here, and have you ever thought, I'm not good enough to get a golf handicap, or I don't play enough golf to get one? Maybe you just like to have fun and don't think you need one. Think again. Any golfer, whether they're highly skilled or just starting out, can get a handicap. It can turn any round into a competition, for fun, or for a club trophy. You can get a handicap in 3 easy steps. Sign up for a handicap ID, post your scores, and after 3 18-hole rounds, boom, you got it. To learn more, visit wagolf.org/710.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Back to live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft.
Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton.
On Seattle Sports. YouTube, the app in your smart speaker.
We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. It's Wyman and Bob. Our draft coverage rolls on. We'll get it going at 4 p.m. when the draft starts. We'll have Big Ray Roberts and Michael Bumpus joining us once again. But joining us now, for those of you watching on the video stream, is our buddy from ESPN.com who does such a great job covering the Seahawks. Brady Henderson is here with us. How are you, man?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
Good to see you. Yeah. What's with the jacket? It's like 75 degrees outside.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I was in here earlier. I got a little cold.
Hey,
I need to put my credential on.
That's right. That's right. The credential keeps them warm.
Yeah.
That's an inside joke. But we were talking about the. I heard a little bit of you with Bump and Stacy earlier. Or I guess it was you were talking about Geno and the idea of them maybe going after Shedeur Sanders, and you'd said something about, well, I think Geno, there was some maintenance to his. Did I quote you correctly? That he wasn't just a guy you could just let go. It took some extra effort in working with Geno, and that maybe they wouldn't want to deal with that element again.
Yeah, and I think that they did the same thing with Russell Wilson in a different way. I think that was kind of a headache, and not just Wilson, but I think more so the agent and John Schneider having to deal with the agent. And the point of the conversation was assessing whether or not they would want to go down that road again. Different player, different situation. But again, I think any team that drafts Shedeur Sanders is going to have to be ready to deal with all of the extra drama, potentially some extra headaches with that. And this team, with its recent quarterback history, I just don't get the sense that John Schneider has the stomach to want to deal with that stuff. And I do think, as I was just talking with Wyman off the air, I think that's part of the appeal for them with Sam Darnold, is he's just a down-to-earth, low-maintenance kind of guy. Drew Lock, same thing. Yeah. I think they're looking forward to just some drama-free times with their quarterback situation.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I was the same way with what was the agent's name? Mark Rogers. But I'll say this: I had like one of the most powerful agents of all time, Marvin Demoff, but I instructed him. So Russ is somewhat culpable. I mean, you got to control your agent or give him parameters or whatever. Like, I'm not going to threaten to get Pete and John fired, for example. So, yeah, I mean, that part of it, I think I think you're right about the Darnold thing. And I was telling Bob, I came into the parking lot the other day, and he was driving out, and I was like, I like the car that he was driving. It was there wasn't anything flashy about it.
Very understated.
It looked like it cost under $100,000. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah, good dude. But, that's something in the NFL that a lot of times people will, text in and go, well, who cares if he's a good guy or not? At quarterback, that matters, right? I mean, you have to be a leader, and you have to be somebody that everybody likes, and and that was kind of the case with Russ even before the stuff, because remember Sherm had that whole thing with him. So, yeah, I think that's an interesting thing. And do you think it's that way just in general? I mean, or is it much more at quarterback that the personality matters?
Well, I think with this team, you can take that conversation a step further and just ask, what is their willingness to deal with headaches in general right now? And I say that because, part of the reason, we'll sort of start like in the middle of this history here. Part of the reason they traded for Jamal Adams, in addition to at the time being a heck of a football player who could impact the game in different ways, is they felt like they really needed to get some edge back in their locker room. They had sort of gotten away from the Legion of Boom guys, and really towards the end of that with, Richard Sherman, that whole situation, and then Earl Thomas held out, and with some of those other guys on that team, they kind of grew tired of dealing with all the drama there.
Yeah, Marshawn.
Yeah, Marshawn too, and it wasn't just the defensive backs. It was just the whole team in general. Like, it was a team full of alpha males that
Michael Bennett,
right? And there's
a lot of personality.
There's a huge benefit of having those kind of personalities. There's also an underside to it. And remember in the 2017 draft, right? They took 3 defensive backs there. They took Shaquille Griffin, Lano Hill, Tedrick Thompson. Right. All 3 of those guys, really good people. Kind of like, again, those low-maintenance type guys. But I think in retrospect, they realized that was probably a bit of an overcorrection, because they were going for more, like they were sick of dealing with the high maintenance, the drama, the kind of like really tough personality type guys. They went for lower maintenance guys. And in retrospect, I think they realized you did that at the expense of some edge. Like, the locker room had lost some edge. That was part of the reason why they acquired Jamal Adams, because in addition to, again, being a good football player, is that guy had an edge to him. And I wonder if they're kind of at the point in that cycle where, okay, you just dealt with DK Metcalf and all of the drama with that. Geno Smith in a different way. Like, there was a big contract dispute. I think there was some, I don't think he was a low maintenance guy. And I just wonder if they're at a point in that cycle where, not just at quarterback, but just in general, like, what is their capacity? What is their stomach for dealing with just the extra stuff that comes with those, alpha type personalities?
Hey, what do you expect to happen with Sam Howell? Because we were hearing before the draft that teams were inquiring, and John acknowledged as much. I don't know what kind of offers they were getting versus what they're looking for, but do you expect that we may you'd figure it happened during the draft because there might be draft compensation attached to any move with him. So what do you expect?
Yeah, I would not be surprised if he gets traded during the draft. I also wouldn't be surprised if they hang on to him and they wait and maybe a better offer comes along later in the summer if a team experiences a quarterback injury or something. So I don't think they have to trade him this week. I do think it's more likely than not that he's not going to be on the team next year. That's just my guess. I know that they are not at all opposed to keeping 3 quarterbacks on their roster, and Clint Kubiak did that last season in New Orleans. I believe he did it in Minnesota a few years ago before that. Typically, when a team keeps 3 quarterbacks, it's obviously the starter, and then there's the veteran backup, and then there's a younger, like kind of more developmental guy. And not that Sam Howell is old, but he and Locke would kind of feel a little bit redundant on the roster. I think if they keep a 3rd quarterback, I imagine they would prefer it to be more of that developmental guy, whether it's Jaron Hall type guy or a draft pick. So again, they could end up keeping Sam Howell because he's not making a whole lot of money. So it's not like, you're committing a significant amount of cap dollars to somebody who's a 3rd stringer. I just think that there was enough interest in him last year. Remember, the Seahawks beat out I think it was 3 other teams when they ended up getting him in the trade with Washington. He didn't have a good season last year. He didn't have a good offseason either. So they're not going to get what they gave up to get him. But I would still think that there are enough quarterback-needy teams. There was enough interest in him last year to where they could maybe get a day 3 pick, something like that. Minnesota is a team that comes to mind. I get the sense that they were in on him last year. And if that's the case, they very much need backup quarterback help. They don't have a lot of picks to trade, so you might be looking at either a player or a pick next year or something like that if it is with Minnesota. But I think Howell would still have some trade value. And look, they gave Drew Lock a 2-year, $5 million deal. That's like low end backup money, but there's over $1 million guaranteed. Lock is going to be the backup next season.
Real quick, Brady, who do you think they're going to take today? What do they need?
What do they need? Well, I mean, you could say cornerback depth, safety depth, another interior offensive lineman. Tate Ratledge is a guy that comes to mind from Georgia. They brought in his offensive line mate, the center. Oh, gosh, the name is – I have so many names bouncing around in my brain. What is it? Jared Wilson, that's right. Is another guy that I could see them taking at some point today. Running back is kind of a wild card, and I would not be shocked that it's probably earlier than some people would expect, given the fact that they've got Ken Walker III and Zach Charbonnet, 2 guys they spent 2nd-round picks on in recent years, but I would not be surprised if they took a running back. The 2 Ohio State guys are still available.
Yeah. What about receiver?
Travion Henderson.
I was just telling Dave, I was thinking about it. They don't really have much speed at receiver. What do you think?
Yeah.
Look at Cup, MVS, Bobo, JSN. I mean, football standard speed.
Yeah.
So you see him addressing that? Is that even a concern?
Yeah, no, I totally get it. Yeah, and I think a receiver with size and or speed, and ideally both. I say ideally both, like it's easy to get a big receiver who can run fast. But, I mean, and I think it could be, I think because they are set up pretty well, like their receiver core right now, you've got your starters right now, you've got decent depth. I think this is a situation where I could see them taking kind of a flyer on a really guy with a lot of good traits, who maybe is more raw and who might need some time to develop, because you don't need a receiver to come in and produce right away. You've got JSN, you got Cooper Kupp, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. You definitely need receiver help in the long run because Cooper Kupp is older. Marquez Valdez-Scantling is also above 30 and only on a 1-year deal. So you definitely need to restock that pipeline. I kind of am intrigued by the idea. I could see them potentially being intrigued by the idea of getting a guy who has some pretty, powerful traits, like a guy who can run, guy with some size that, maybe if he needs more time to develop, you could live with that because you've got guys who can play right now.
Brady, we appreciate you, man.
Thanks, you bet.
Thanks so much. Brady Henderson of ESPN.com spending a few minutes with us. We'll come back, talk about what we expect for day 2 of the NFL draft as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
The first round's in the books.
The Seattle Seahawks select Gray Zabel.
Yes! No! Yes!
I'd ask Brock how he feels, but I think the world is aware.
This guy is your starting guard.
Today, live second and third round coverage starting at 4. Draft coverage continues on YouTube and the app at 5:30 when the Red Hot Mariners return home for the first of 3 against the Marlins on 7:10. The app lets you listen to both.
Yes, God! Yes!
Only on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Swedish Cyberknife is expanding. We had Dr. Landis in the other day in the studio, and he was talking about how excited he is. He's one of the doctors over at Swedish Cyberknife, and yeah, this is exciting news for our friends at Swedish. They're adding a second Cyberknife, so patients can now receive Cyberknife treatment at Swedish Cherry Hill and the First Hill campuses. And as many 710 listeners already know, Cyberknife is a non-invasive, non-surgical treatment for prostate cancer with proven results. Cyberknife uses advanced technology to track your slightest body movements while adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme precision. And the result, healthy surrounding tissue and organs are spared from radiation. And the end result, excellent long-term cancer control and significantly reduced side effects. So compared with other radiation therapies, which last 6 to 9 weeks, the Cyberknife treatment period is typically only 5 days. And not only that, each session lasts less than an hour. So if diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/Cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising. After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Hundreds of vehicles on the ground, 8 dealerships, 14 brands, all in one location. Visit West Hills Autoplex. We have more brands in one location than anywhere else in Washington State, import or domestic, new or pre-owned. We make finding your perfect vehicle easy, and that means a remarkable car buying experience for you. Skip the hassle with West Hills' streamlined buying experience and feel confident buying from your neighborhood family-owned dealerships. West Hills Autoplex, Auto Centerway exit, Highway 3, Bremerton.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed the musty smell in your home?
I hope not, because damp smells mean that you could have a crawl space problem. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your crawl space and get to the root cause of the problem. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Back to live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft.
Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton.
On Seattle Sports. YouTube the app in your smart speaker.
We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob coming up at the top of the hour. Day 2 of the NFL Draft. We'll be joined by our guys Michael Bumpus and Big Ray Roberts. So you guys can just have a seat and take the ride with us as we get through the second and third rounds, see what the Seahawks do. You guys can text in as well, 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. What are you hoping they do? I'm curious from the fans, the 12s, the Seahawks fans out there, the listeners, is there a specific player or just position that you want to see addressed? Do you want to see them go after a quarterback? Do you think they will draft a quarterback with one of their remaining 9 picks? Do you think they should go after a safety, another O-lineman, whatever you think? Text it in. Again, 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Dave, if you were, if John Schneider called you right now and said, come on up to the war room.
Yeah.
We want your input. We just want which position we should go for next.
Okay.
What would it be?
Well, first of all, I'd want to talk about like ankle flexion and bend.
I love the little things on TV that we see. It'll give a little, like 3 attributes of the player that was just drafted, and then a comp, usually a name of somebody that they're similar to. But yeah, we saw that one just said great bend, one ankle flex, those things.
Yeah.
You're like, wait,
Oh,
what?
my goodness.
What bend? Huh? Okay.
Yeah.
What was the other one? Like upper torso
torque,
something like that.
Yeah,
there
there was something.
It just gets a little goofy, but anyway, you go ahead.
But as far as need goes, yeah, I mean, I think Brady said it as well that, you know, they need some depth at corner. You know, they need cover guys. So
because Job's 1 year, he's on a 1 year deal. Essentially, Reek is on a 1 year deal. It's the final year of his deal. They didn't extend him, so you got 2 cornerbacks that are in the final year. They've got 1 year, and there's no commitment to either beyond this season.
Yeah, and Reek is kind of a prove-it guy. I mean, last year he made a couple of plays that were phenomenal. And I remember the pick against Denver, it was a deep over, which is really hard to get on the front side of that. Mm-hmm. You know, usually you get, if you're lucky, you knock it down. I remember even Mike Macdonald talking about, you know, God, anybody ever seen a play like that? You know, is when he asks the media, because I've heard him do that several times, where he'll go, "Do you see that play that guy made? You ever see that before?" And so, yeah, he has those kinds of that kind of upside ability. But then, you know, there was, I don't know, it seems like a concentration thing with Reek. I would say that the same thing about Bradford, that there are some, because there's a lot that goes into this. And, you know, and I think for Reek, it's like paying attention on every single down, you know, and I don't know what's going through his head, but when the right things are going, he's phenomenal. But then there are times where, you know, he kind of, it looks like he's lazy. I don't think he's a lazy person. I think it's just an awareness thing.
When he's gotten on the wrong side of both coaching staffs, with Pete and with you got sat down for beginning of a game last year.
Right. They put Trey Brown in. And,
he's kind of gotten in the, you know, the proverbial doghouse, if you will, of both staffs. So it's just kind of, he's such a, he's such a confusing player because we've seen him, as you point out, that play, and certainly his rookie year, and you've seen him look phenomenal. And then you've seen other moments you're going, I don't understand what he's doing.
Yeah. Yeah, and he really should have, his rookie year, he should have had 8 picks.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that is a little concerning. I think if you look at that, Kobe can play out there, Kobe Bryant, but then.
Do you think they like him better as a safety, though?
I think he's a better safety.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he was also the Jim Thorpe Award winner, which means best defensive back coverage-wise in the country his senior year at Cincinnati. But yeah, you look at that, and then okay, let's say you do take Kobe away, have him play some corner. Now you're light at safety. So I think those two positions, and I'm going just defense. You can always add offensive linemen, no question. I mean, I think they need to get a good sense of like competition in camp, with some of these guys, because it's not like these guys are going to just sit back and go, oh, here comes the first rounder, I guess he's going to be the starter. No, they're going to fight for it. So yeah, I think getting more competition in at that position as well would be interesting. I wouldn't mind seeing him grab a tight end. Yeah. I think tight ends are important in this offense that we're going to see. A lot of times you see 3 tight ends. So, and you got Fant and you got Barner, but other than that, I think that'd be kind of cool. You got Brady Russell as well, but
aren't they turning him into a fullback? Wasn't that the story that was out there?
Yeah, I think he can play it.
Yeah, I think I think that's the story that came out. They're committing to making him a fullback now.
Yeah. So I mean, and then also you've got what's my guy from the
that's been on the practice squad for.
Yeah.
Tyler Mabry or
Tyler Mabry. Yeah. Still holding out for Tyler
Is he like 36 now? How old is he?
Yeah, he's been here for about 12 years, I think. So,
I feel like we heard his name.
Hey, he's hung around, man. You got to give him that. But yeah, how about you? You feel much better probably if they pick a couple more offensive linemen, right?
Yeah, I'd like at least one more, certainly. Yeah. And then I'm again deferring to their feelings about the guys they have in the building. I don't share them necessarily, but they're the experts, man. They know much more. And we'll talk to Big Ray certainly about that. But I would love to see him pick up one more. Cornerback is one that stands out to me because of what we just talked about. 2 guys there's no commitment to either beyond this season. And, it would be great to have another guy that you're just going, this is our guy for the foreseeable future. Whether Reek becomes that guy, that's your guy with Witherspoon, but you need more than that. So, yeah, those 2 spots doesn't mean they need to be the first picks that they make today, but I certainly – and I expect that they'll address both those spots.
You know what? I think to me, it's a bit of a waste putting Spoon out at corner.
You like him in the slot?
I like him inside where he can play the run. I mean, that guy, he's unblockable.
Yeah.
And he's a great tackler. He'll hit you. And so, yeah, I don't want to have him out there just playing corner. I'd like to see him in the action.
All right, coming up, our coverage of the draft continues. Second round just about to get underway. Michael Bumpus, Big Ray Roberts are going to join us, so stay tuned as our coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft gets underway next, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
The first round's in the books.
The Seattle Seahawks select Gray Zabel.
Yes!
I'd ask Brock how he feels, but I think the world is aware.
This guy is your starting guard.
Today, live second and third round coverage starting at 4. Draft coverage continues on YouTube and the app at 5:30 when the Red Hot Mariners return home for the first of 3 against the Marlins on 710. The app lets you listen to both.
Yes, God! Yes!
Only on Seattle Sports.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again, because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Pizza Hut's fan favorite Cheesy Bites pizza is back. For just $15.99, get a large pizza with 28 pullable, poppable, cheese-filled bites. Plus the new Ranch Lovers Flight with ultimate chipotle and pepperoni ranch dips. Order now at pizzahut.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is Secret Clinical Dominating Extra Stinky Stress Sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT, because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Dave Wyman here for my friends at Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for the past 23 years. I'm really excited to work with Harley Exteriors because they're my kind of people. I had Ray, Chris, and Nick out to my house just to see what they could do for us. You see, we've been in the same house for 24 years, and virtually every window in our home has a broken seal. Harley Exteriors has an exclusive high-quality Euro vinyl Olympic Series window manufactured right here in Washington, and these windows are designed specifically for homes in the Pacific Northwest, helping to maximize energy, efficiency, and beauty. It's a window you can trust to last the life of your home. Very affordable, with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Through April, buy 1 window and get the second for 40% off. Harley Exteriors are big fans of the station, and they're excited to work with our listeners, and I'm proud to be working with Ray, Chris, and Nick. It's a team you can get behind. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. It's the PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome, Saturday, April 26th and Sunday, April 27th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster and PBR.com.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi power boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus 1 unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Good evening, and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle's sports presentation of the NFL Draft.
Broadcasting live from Seahawks HQ at the VMAC in Renton.
Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker. Come on, man! Here's your host, Bob Stelton.
We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center right here, Seattle Sports on 710, and I'm surrounded by football brilliance. I've got Dave Wyman here with me. I've got Michael Bumpus here with me. I've got Big Ray Roberts here with me.
What up, Dope?
So my job is I just tee you guys up to just spread your genius to our
Sound like you're gonna say something else for a second.
I thought better of it.
Well, this is a small room here. Can't have anybody spreading anything.
Just the genius. So let's leave it at the football genius. But no, we're set up for day 2 here. We're going to take you through rounds 2 and 3. The Cleveland Browns will be making the first pick of the day. It was a great night last night. A lot of fun last night. Brock Heward was here going nuts when the Seahawks picked Gray Zabel. Ray, love to get your take on that. As an O-lineman, you're our de facto expert. Yeah. We call you when we got questions about the O-line. You love the pick. You hate the pick. Necessary. What would you have done?
Well, I mean, if you talk to Brady Henderson, because I was having covert, secret conversations with Brady, but I've loved Gray Zabel from the whole time. The first practice I saw him at the Senior Bowl, because the dude is you can look at all the measurables and you can come up with the RAS scores and the height and the weight and the this and the that. But he showed up at the Senior Bowl, he was just ready for all the smoke. He was just like, I'm taking on all challengers, right guard, left guard, center, tackle. It didn't matter. And he was going against the SEC dudes, the Big 10 dudes, the Big 12 guys. It didn't really matter who he was playing against, and he had no fear in him. And so that was the one thing I loved about him. And then you put with that all that other metric stuff. And then at the end of the day, too, man, you have to have somebody on the offensive line that is not afraid to go down the dark alley and just put the bricks up and just, hey, we're going to, whatever it is, I'm here for it. And I don't know that I'm not saying they don't have that on the offensive line, but they don't have a person here that plays and carries himself that way. And this dude does. And so you can say we need all the bells and whistles and the fast dudes and the guys that can run like the wind. But, man, if you ain't got time to get it to them, it doesn't matter. So at some point you got to say, we need some of these big dogs up front to help us get to where we need to go.
I'm just really happy for our texters and listeners because, this was pretty much a bulletproof pick, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, everybody had heard of Gray Zabel and Bump. I know you guys get, texts all the time. I know the majority are always about offensive line. People complaining about offensive line. And so they got, the best available player, the guy that they had ranked higher. It sounds like they had him ranked higher than Tyler Booker. Mm-hmm. And John, last night when he answered that question, it was like, I think he talks like I do a little bit, where he interrupts himself. But he said it made it sound like Booker was. But he's like, I don't want to talk about Tyler Booker. But he said he was the number 1 pick that we had, and he met Gray Zabel. And, it couldn't have come together more perfectly. And I'm kind of joking around about the texters and the listeners. But, Bump, I know that you've been hearing from these guys as well. And I feel like it's the one – there's no complaints. I can't imagine anybody complaining about this one.
Man, I'm not joking around, man. If Zabel was not picked and he was available on Monday, it would have been, there's about 5 or 6 texters who are loyal, and I look at them when they text your show, too. They would have been all over this organization. And sometimes, like I said last night, you just got to keep it simple. You need a guard. There's a guard. He's highly ranked. And I love that. That's what I love about the bowl games, the Senior Bowls and the Shrine and all that stuff, is because you question some of these guys from North Dakota State, from Eastern Washington, these smaller schools. But when they go and practice against these big dogs and they perform, there's no more question. It's just, all right, does he fit your system or not? So that's what I loved about Zabel, is he had an opportunity and he performed. Granted, there are dudes who aren't invited to those situations who can play in this league, but there's always going to be bias when you start ranking schools and divisions and all that.
Well, the other thing I like, too, is that they said they were bringing him to play guard. And, because there's a lot of people around the sport that think, oh, man, you got to get a guy that can play guard and can play tackle, and maybe if you need him to play center. And you don't do the player any favors when you do that, because you become serviceable at a bunch of different things, but not good at anything. Mm-hmm. And so this dude has the ability or some early indications that he can be like an all-pro type player, and you need him to be somewhere to be an all-pro. You don't need him to be an all positions player. And so hopefully right guard, left guard, wherever they're going to stick him in, that he can have time to grow and establish himself as one of the best in the league.
Well, we always talk about your comment about, I want a guy who's got a PhD at left tackle.
Yes.
I want a PhD at center. I want a PhD. So that's always a reference point for us. But in looking at the rest of the guys that they currently have, not Zabel, but we had Mike Macdonald in here with John Schneider one day and talking about the O-line, and his comment was they're allowed to get better, right? So it's a very fair statement, very true, but fans don't want to hear that. They say we have a problem, fix it, get rid of that, bring in something else because that doesn't work.
Well, the coaching matters.
But what do you think about the pieces they have? Do you look at it and go, no, they've got the pieces. It's about putting them in the right spots, or do you feel like, no, they still need to add more pieces?
Yeah, I think you still need pieces to create like some competition, and they've had a history of a lot of injuries here the last couple of years, so you don't want to get stuck. Last year they had 3 rookie backups. That's a really hard spot to be in. But I do think that a guy like Christian Haynes, I think Christian Haynes can play in this league. I think they did him a disservice the way they tried to create this competition during the season last year, rotating series, rotating games. It's hard to learn this game if you're playing every single play in the trenches, and now you're playing every other series. And so it's just kind of hard to kind of figure out what's going on and how the defense is reacting, how the linebackers are flowing to the outside zone or the inside zone or the traps, all that different kinds of stuff. And I think they tried to use them as a pawn to kind of get Bradford going. I think they wanted Bradford to win the thing, and neither one of them, it ended up not servicing either one of them. So I think that for me, my rookie year, Dave was here. The first 6 or 7 games, I struggled, dude. Like, I was late to camp. The game was moving fast. There were moves and things I had never seen before in my life. And then the second half of the season, I played a little bit better, but my career got better when the coaching changed, when Howard Mudd came and really understood what my strengths and weaknesses were and then coached to that. And so hopefully this new coaching staff can look at these players, what they've said, that they think they have some pieces here, and then they can give them the tools they need to kind of advance their careers, advance their play.
Yeah, and this whole O-line discussion that we've had, a lot more, I think, this year than ever has come up about the development of the players. I mean, it's, John is drafting them, and so he's taken most of the brunt of the criticism. But also, it's just been kind of strange. I mean, last year was a little bit different. Some of the things that they did on offensive line. Before that, not too long ago, you had Tom Cable, which I think Tom Cable's a great coach, everything, but he had that whole theory that no such thing as a PhD at offensive lineman. It just seems like, and you, Bump, you're the coach. I mean, how much do you think this can really help these current players as far as this scheme goes?
I love it. I think the scheme in Big Ray, you can and let me know how you feel about this, man. It's when you're wide zone, you need some quick feet. You need some sweet feet out there. You also got to be violent at the point of attack. But if you got smaller guys and guys who aren't as violent, the zone is going to work. But let's not get it twisted. You're going to have to run power. You're going to have to run counter. You're going to run trap. You got to be able to do those things. But like I said yesterday, that's just the first punch, right? Zone, first punch to set everything else up. So I think it should help. That's why I'm excited, just like you are, Ray, about Christian Haynes, because I feel like this scheme fits who he is, and that's a lot of what he ran at Connecticut. When we spoke to Moore when I hosted the rookie draft party, and we got Moore on the line, he's talking about how good he was in the zone and how he can get to that second level. This fits him, but they still got to coach and develop these guys. So, they're allowed to get better.
The Browns making the first pick here, pick number 33 overall, pick number 1 of the second round. Selection is in. Let's see what they've done here.
How about them Brownies? Here we go with the 33rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Your Cleveland Browns select Carson Schlesinger, linebacker, UCLA.
So they do not go.
So there you go. Browns making the first pick of the second round, going linebacker out of UCLA. None of those cool little descriptions there, Dave. We were talking about the ones last night with like upper torso torque and bend and all these different things.
Yeah,
but,
you know what? Well, I heard one yesterday, and I'm like, I don't give a crap about his ankles. Okay,
his ankle flexion.
Yes, give me a break. There's a lot of different ways to describe these guys.
Yeah, the Houston Texans are currently on the clock, and this will move a little quicker for people at home. It's 7 minutes in between each pick, so these picks will move a little quicker, and we'll be getting to the Seahawks in no time. But go ahead with what you were talking about with the coaching and what they're going to have to do with this O-line.
Coaching makes you better, and I'm so we heard John Schneider say that we needing or the Hawks needing an offensive lineman is a lazy narrative. It wasn't lazy. You got one, right? It's lazy to think that these guys are supposed to come into the NFL ready to go. Like, a lot of guys are a bit more ready than these other guys, but you still got to coach these dudes. You still got to make sure that they're getting better year by year. So when I look at a Christian Haynes and Lau Mea and Darrell and all those guys, most of the time they're not going to have the career that they hoped and dreamed, that you hoped and dreamed. But they can still get better. So just develop these guys. They're still young. Give them a year or two before you try to kick them to the curb.
Yeah, I think, too, like, what you were saying, the development part is three pieces to it. You have to have a dude that can play. You have to have a system that knows how to use how he plays. And you have to know how to develop them. And with the lack of practice time that they have in the NFL, and then with the way the game is more pass happy now, especially in college, dudes are in 2-point stances, especially when it comes to the running game. It's hard to play physically when you haven't even practiced that way. It's hard to learn how to finish a block when you haven't had a chance to finish a block in practice or any of those kinds of things. So the development part becomes huge. It's not like it's not as many guys you can plug and play anymore. You have to develop them or different parts of their game. And if you miss on one of those three elements, then you're probably going to come up with something less than what you expect.
Well, and it seems to me, Ray, to be the position where you most need to go. You need to go full speed in practice. That's the only way you can get better. I mean, I was even complaining about those big hat things that they wear. Yeah, because I'm like, your fits are very exact. It comes down to inches sometimes. And if that thing is bigger and it's going to be different. But, yeah, and Mark Schlereth kind of told us the same thing, that, man, you need to get guys out there hitting. And I think the NFL is kind of making a mistake there.
Let's send it out tight. The Texans have made their selection.
Coming back to Wisconsin. Houston, it's our time now. With the 34th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jaden Higgins, wide receiver, Iowa State.
So wide receiver off the board with the second pick of the second round. Jaden Higgins, 6'4" and 1/8", 214 pounds, out of Iowa State. And I saw a little fist pump from you.
Yeah, I really like this dude, man. He 140 receptions, 2,100 yards, and 15 touchdowns in 2 seasons. Traffic does not bother this dude. He goes across the middle. There could be hands, bodies going everywhere. It does not bother him. He'll fight for the football, and he has great hips on the double move. I mean, this is a polished receiver. When we talk about this new generation of receivers and how they can come in the league ready to play, well, you can get a guy like this in the second round and potentially be a guy to give you 40, 50 receptions. That's just a clear indication that the game has changed. I like this pick for the Texans.
Yeah, Tennessee Titans are currently on the clock. You got the Cleveland Browns coming up again. They got the Seahawks at 35. Seahawks have moved up. Seahawks are at pick 35, so they are on the clock now. They've made a trade with the Tennessee Titans, so we'll see. What do you think? They got somebody they like there that they moved up. What position? Just call the position. You don't have to give the player, but what position?
All right, well, can I go through a process of elimination real quick?
Go for it.
So the O-line is taken care of. I think the D-line can be solid. You might get a guy in the second or third round. I think a wideout is necessary, and then there's depth when it comes to the cornerback position. I think they're going to go on defense. Some position on defense, I think they're going to address that and pick up their guy here.
I'm going DB.
DB?
Yeah.
Just which specific?
Well, he said not to name a name.
Well, you can if you want, but you get your position.
Hey, man, I follow the rules around here, gosh dang it.
Well, their pick is in. So
he's like, he gets the whole backfield. That's like 7 players. I'm going to be like Moyer and wait until the pick comes and then make my guess.
That guy.
He did that one time. We were doing remember that, Bob? When we were doing the playoff thing and Moyer.
Oh yeah. You want to tell us after? By the way, they traded picks 52 and 82.
52 and 82.
Wow.
Those are the 2 that we got compensation from them. That's the Geno trade and the DK trade.
So they really want this.
They really want this.
They really want this.
So 52 and 82. In case you're just tuning in, the Seahawks have traded pick number 52 and pick number 82 to move up to take whoever they're going to take here at pick number 35. So the pick is in, waiting on the announcement there, and we'll see what they end up doing. Dave, what do you think? They're going offense, defense?
I'm gonna say it's this safety. Emmanwori, the kid out of South Carolina.
I'd like that pick.
I like him.
Yeah. I think that, when the middle of the defense gets fixed, we all saw what happened. We all saw it last year when they got the inside linebackers right. remember we started with Dodson and Baker. I mean, those guys just did not work out. And then all of a sudden you bring Ernest Jones in, and then he kind of brings along Tyrese Knight with him. And then, the middle of the field, guys started making plays. Julian Love, don't show me, Bob.
All right.
Don't show me, because I know that you guys, you can get it quicker. Remember the professor? The professor loved that. Remember that? Oh, yeah. John Clayton, he'd be like, if he knew it 15 seconds before you, he was so proud to tell everybody, it's this.
He'd be over there bubbling with pride.
I know, and nobody else knows.
Of course, they traded up for this guy. They really liked him.
Well, who was the safety they had in Baltimore that Cal Hamilton that they, he was the all everything type of a dude, and I think the kid from South Carolina can maybe be that type of a football player and have a little Cam Chancellor in him as well.
Yeah, it would be. This would be huge for Mike Macdonald, his defensive mind, getting his system where he wants it, building this team on the defensive side of things. They've made some big moves there, showing the Seahawks war room right now. Everybody clapping and excited about what they've done. So again, in case you're just tuning in, Seahawks have traded pick number 52 and 82 to the Tennessee Titans to move up and take the 35th overall pick early in the second round here. So we're about to see who it is they're adding. Everybody seems to feel it's going to be a player on defense. We'll find out.
It's kind of interesting, though, don't you think, that those are the two of the draft choices that they traded, that they got in return for DK and Geno?
Yeah.
So a little extra history
to
there.
Put more pressure on this guy, whoever it may be, to really step up, saying, well, we gave up DK and Geno essentially to get whoever this may be.
I think that it elevates him. It lets him know that you're that important to us, that we gave up a couple of picks to go get you. We believe in you. And I think that means a lot, because when you walk through these doors, I mean, Ray, top 10 pick, when they believe in you, you feel a bit different. Me walking through the back door selling some coffee, I'm like, hey, I got to do everything I can to make sure I'm on this squad.
See, I didn't want the pressure that Ray had. Like, I was happy to be a second rounder.
Hey, first rounder. I promise you, I felt the pressure, dude.
Oh,
I promise you.
Walking through the back door to steal some coffee. I like it. It's quite the visual. Bumpus sneaking through the building, making sure nobody notices him here. But there's tons of people once again. They said there were 205,000 people there last night was the estimate, and it looks equal. They were expecting 250 in totality through this entire draft, and there was 205 last night. Looks like the same crowd to me, give or take. I don't know. We'll find out, but it is just – it's madness out there.
There's got to be some people staying a state over.
Yeah.
An hour
there has to
or
be
two
camping
drive.
out somewhere, too.
Because I looked up the hotel situation
in
Green Bay, and there wasn't that many. So these are some dedicated fans right here. This is why the NFL is special. I mean, you got 250,000 people in Green Bay. Like, come on. It's about 100,000, 150,000. It's their first time there.
Yeah, right. There's probably more than that. They have no idea where they're at, where they're going, but they're doing crowd shots right now. People come out there in full garb. You got the Bears fans with the bear head, faces painted. They're wearing bear claws, the whole thing. But looks like we're going to get an announcement here on the Seahawks draft pick from Richard Sherman.
It's Richard Sherman. We're into Seahawk colors, too.
Sabbath, Sherm. What's he doing?
He seems confused. He's looking around behind him.
The next rival has been chosen. The Tennessee Titans have traded the 35th pick to the Seattle Seahawks. With the 35th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Nick Emmanwori, DB, South Carolina.
So there you go. Nick Emmanwori out of South Carolina, 6'3" and an 8", 220 pounds. He's a playmaker. He's got height, weight, and speed, and they compare him to Kyle Duggar.
This was if Zabel was off the board, I was hoping they would grab this young man
at 18.
Yeah, at 18. But the fact that they were able to trade, or they were willing to trade for him, just lets you know exactly how special he is. He is a guy. He had 4 interceptions, 2 for a touchdown this year. When the ball's in his hands, he's trying to go get it. And you want to compare him to Cam Chancellor. Okay, you always got to make those comps. There's nothing like a Cam Chancellor, but he can be a Chem Counselor or something like that. Like, this dude has field awareness. He goes and gets the football. You need this in the back end. So now you got J Love, You have Kobe Bryant back there. You got Emmanwori as well, a guy who I feel like you can play in the box a bit more than Kobe and J. Love. I like what's happening in the secondary. You still got to go get a DB, I believe, but I think this allows Mike Macdonald to call the type of game that he wants to call.
What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, I think I talked earlier about how, they're bringing more defensive backs. The middle of the defense is really important, and safety is part of that. And that's why I brought up the whole inside linebacker thing. I don't think they need any help at defensive tackle, but, and kind of light there. And it'll be kind of interesting to see, Kobe Bryant and how they use him, because I really like Kobe. I think he's a great player, so I don't think we talk about him enough.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, with kind of the disappearing inside linebackers and some of these schemes. But, those are the players that always stood out to me in Mike Macdonald's defense in Baltimore was the safeties, the inside backers, and the D tackles.
Yeah, I mean, he's a dude that can run and tackle. In the replays here, they showed him in coverage. He was in the flat. He was in the deep coverage, and then he played in the box around the line of scrimmage and made a tackle in the backfield. So he's a kind of a Swiss Army knife kind of a dude that way that can do all the things that the defensive back needs to do: cover, tackle, and make a play on the ball.
Browns have another selection, number 36 overall. They're going to make that pick right here. They made the first pick of the second round. They're making the fourth pick right here.
36th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Your Cleveland Browns select
Quinshon Judkins, running back, Ohio State.
So they take one of the Buckeyes.
There you go. Another running back off the board is Quinshon Judkins out of Ohio State, headed to the Cleveland Browns. So saw a couple of first-round running backs, the first one of the day here in the second round. We'll continue with our coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. We've got you covered on every bit of the second and third rounds throughout the rest of the evening here. So stay tuned with Seattle Sports on 710.
And that is the ball game.
Make it 5 straight series wins. Red hot.
Dylan Moore will score. Here comes Randy around third base. He scores. Mitch Garver.
The Mariners bring the mojo back home to T-Mobile, opening a 3-game weekend set against the Marlins. Tonight, first pitch at 6:40. And we're your home for baseball's hottest team, your Seattle Mariners.
They are rolling.
Seattle Sports. Hear every game on 710 and the app.
Dave Wyman here for my friends at Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for the past 23 years. I'm really excited to work with Harley Exteriors because they're my kind of people. I had Ray, Chris, and Nick out to my house just to see what they could do for us. You see, we've been in the same house for 24 years, and virtually every window in our home has a broken seal. Harley Exteriors has an exclusive high-quality Euro vinyl Olympic Series window manufactured right here in Washington, and these windows are designed specifically for homes in the Pacific Northwest, helping to maximize energy, efficiency, and beauty. It's a window you can trust to last the life of your home. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Through April, buy one window and get the second for 40% off. Harley Exteriors are big fans of the station, and they're excited to work with our listeners, and I'm proud to be working with Ray, Chris, and Nick. It's a team you can get behind. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
At West Hills Autoplex, we thoroughly inspect and prepare every used car to be like new. Because to you, it is new. We also pay you top dollar for your vehicle, so there's no better place to give your old car a new story. Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3 Bremerton.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car start today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi power boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus 1 unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Find out more at silverreefcasino.com.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on retirement contributions. A very handsome reward indeed. With Robinhood Gold, your annual IRA contributions are boosted by 3%. Plus, you also get 4% APY on your cash and non-retirement accounts. That's over 8 times the national savings average. The perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% IRA boost on annual contributions, sign up at robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. Rates subject to change. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold at $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to robinhood.com/boost. Over 8 times the national average savings account interest rate claim is based on data from the FDIC as of November 18th, 2024. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
The second round is underway. We are bringing it to you live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Big Ray Roberts with you. In case you're just tuning in, Seahawks traded up with the Tennessee Titans, traded picks number 52 and 82 to pick up Nick Emmanwori, a safety out of South Carolina. So the Seahawks making a big move very early in this draft. The New England Patriots are currently on the clock right now, and this is a move that seems to be favorable to a lot of people excited so far. The Seahawks, I think, have gotten on the good side of the fan base, Dave, with their first 2 picks.
I think both of these, I don't think anybody can be mad at, that's for sure. And then, just the fact that those are meaningful picks because, it's what you got returned from Pittsburgh and the Raiders and the Geno and DK trades. So that's interesting. The fact that you're moving up and giving up a couple of picks is cool and kind of indicates that they really like him. So, yeah, I don't know why I'm worried about the fans. I mean, But I mean, you know, our
worried about what they think.
It sounds like you talked yourself into that comment.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't know if I want to say this.
Yeah,
okay,
I was like,
right.
why am I even considering that? You know, I was talking to Bailey. Bailey sits out in the front of the Seahawk office, and she gets all the calls and everything. I go, you get calls of people? And she's like, oh, yes, all day long. I get, hey, this is what they need to do in the draft. and then she said some guy brought in this whole, like, board with like an entire draft. And this is what they need to do. And can you get this to John Schneider? And so, yeah, I mean, people, and you see all these people here. I mean, the hundreds of thousands. I mean, this is a big deal. And I can make the case for it because you're going to have, if you're a really good fan, you almost feel like you have a relationship with the players, right? You know, and it's like, oh, Cam Chancellor, you know, I mean, and these are the guys that you're going to have a relationship with and you're probably going to talk about for the next 8 to 10 years, you know? So
you hope.
Yeah. And that's I think what everybody thinks in their minds. And yeah, you understand why, but just these 2 picks, the fact that they put together a couple of picks to move up to get him, and then the fact that you got the best guard in the draft, really, I mean, this is a home run for Schneider so far.
Well, they got 2 picks remaining today, pick 50 and pick 92 as we currently sit, barring any other moves. So where would you like to see them go next, Big Ray? They go defense, they went offense, pick 1, they go defense, pick 2?
Well,
what do you want to see
I don't know. I think John Schneider had once said that you can't have enough pass rushers, and there's a few edge rushers that are still left that are pretty accomplished dudes, and you know, Mafe and Nwosu and what's the other guy's name?
Derek Hall.
Yeah. You know, I think they're all quality pass rushers, but they all did kind of fade at the end of the year too. Like that happened the year before with Mafe, and it happened this year with Mafe and Derek Hall. They kind of started out fast, was in the top in pressures and quarterback hits and that stuff, and they kind of faded down the stretch. I don't know if that was overusage or teams adjusting to them, but there's some really good edge rushers, and you know, like I said, as much as they're throwing the football these days, getting to the quarterback and getting him to the ground is a big deal.
Yeah.
What about you, Bum? What would you like to see him do?
You know, I feel like they've taken care of the defense. I think that you have to address the offense. It should be like a back and forth type of game, but it's all contingent on what happens in front of you. And we'll wait and see what the Patriots do.
Yeah, Patriots selection coming up here. Roger Goodell stepping up to the podium.
As well, he's going to come out later.
We have with us Special Olympic athletes Xavier Goff and Unified Sports partner Reed Turner. Both are Unified Flag football teammates from Special Olympics. Reed, Xavier.
That's neat.
Special Olympics is one of the league's Play 60 community partners funded by the NFL Foundation. The NFL and Special Olympics team up to provide opportunities for athletes of all ages and abilities to get active through unified flag football. This allows individuals with and without intellectual disabilities to play on the same team. Xavier, Reed, you got the stage.
With the 38th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select
Travion Henderson, running back, Ohio State.
There you go, another running back off the board. Travion Henderson going to the New England Patriots, and I know that was a cool moment for you, Big Ray, with your work with the Special Olympics. So that's
absolutely.
Very cool presentation.
That's the exact work that I do is our unified program. So I'm in and out of schools. I think I've probably even met Xavier before because I'm in Massachusetts and Boston all the time. But it's a great program. We're in about 10,000 schools across the country, and about maybe 3,500 of those schools are city schools that I work with. And so just proud that we have this partnership with the NFL. They've been a good partner for us, and they provide a lot of access for our athletes.
That's got to be really rewarding.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, amazing job.
Well, the thing that's incredible, Dave, is like when you're with the athletes, you get focused on what they can do and versus what they can't do, and then you start to realize that we all have limitations in something, you know, and so you can learn just as much from our athletes as you think that you're providing them.
Right. Yeah, that was very cool. Very cool to see. And another running back off the board. We're seeing running backs kind of make a comeback here. You know, prior to this season, we talked about this a bit last night, Bump, but prior to the big year from Saquon and all the spotlight that he got and Derrick Henry and everything, seemed like running backs were kind of on the decline in terms of, we can get them. You don't draft them early. You get them in the 5th round. We had Chris Carson at the 7th round. You can get, McIntosh in the 7th round. You can find them anywhere. And it was almost like foreboding that you would spend a high-end draft pick. The Seahawks got ripped for taking back-to-back years, second-round running backs, and now you saw 2 in the 1st round and 2 so far early in the 2nd round.
Yeah, and you can have that approach. You can get a running back later in this draft, too. There's projected 25 to 30 running backs who are going to be drafted this year. But when you got a talent like Trayvon Henderson, averaged 7.1 per carry last year, and he's just a patient type of runner. They got a 1-2 combo back there with Ohio State. I think that when you see the NFL kind of like a third of the league kind of go back to, okay, we're going to pack it in, run the football, get big offensive lineman, play action off of that. It's a trendy league, so you can expect teams to start to do that, and it makes sense for the Patriots to do it because you have a Drake May. What did they do the 1st round? You go get Will Campbell. Okay, let's protect the quarterback. All right, now let's go get a running back. Let's protect the quarterback as well because he's good in pass pro, and once you get the run game going, that opens everything else up. So I think that it's all waves, man, and the wave might be coming back that you need a solid running back. Now it's about them getting paid their 2nd contract. That's how you know the league really values them. I think they value them their first 4 years, but after that, then they tell them kick rocks.
Yeah, I was going to say, first of all, that I feel like pass pro is probably the hardest thing for running backs coming out of the draft because, like Penny, remember, it was like, but they're throwing him the ball or they're handing him the ball. He's not there to block, right? So, but the other thing is, what's a reasonable number of games for a running back, do you think? Because, I see
I like
everyone.
what you said last night.
Huh?
I like the way you described it last night.
Yeah, so, that's lots of pressure. I said that's really smart.
You're asking him to remember.
A certain amount of games. You're like, that's
Dave
good.
just looked at Mike like, why would you do that?
He just panicked him. He's
I thought that was where it was going. I'm like, yeah, let's do it.
Why are you putting pressure on me?
My bad, man.
No, I mean, to me, it's like if they play 13 or 14 out of 17 games.
He remembers. That's what I said.
That's what I was talking about.
No, but I think that's a reasonable expectation, and so yeah, as far as running backs go, I think that's one of the reasons why they don't get paid. We talked about how, last night we talked about how everybody's trying to kill you. I mean, the quarterback, you got to tackle him nice. The running back, you can unload on that guy, and you start off in the middle of the box. You're taking lots of hits and everything. So, I'm okay with that. If it's not everybody's Frank Gore.
Right.
Frank Gore was unbelievable. That guy had 2 ACLs in college, and then comes in and he had like a streak,
500 yards
years.
or more. Yeah.
Well, Adrian Peterson kind of the same way.
Yeah.
Rushed for 2,000 yards after he completely
the
destroyed
other
his
thing
knee.
too about I think the running backs are coming back to the league or back to offenses is that the pendulum swung so much to the defense with all the speed and the pass rushers, and now you're going like, okay, let's bring the physicality back to offense to kind of balance out all the pass rushing. So you saw with the Seahawks early in the season couldn't stop the run. Had the lighter linebackers. They're running around blocks, not shedding blocks, and they're getting blown up by these big guards and tight ends. And there's an 80-yard touchdown run. So I think some of it is that too with the running back coming back.
Chicago Bears selection is in the 7th overall pick in the 2nd round. Here's where they go with that selection.
Oh boy.
All right, simmer down.
Simmer down.
Simmer down. With the 39th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 2025 NFC North champions, Chicago Bears, select Luther Burden III, wide receiver, Missouri.
So
Congratulations,
Luther Burden III, wide receiver out of Missouri. Des White out there just antagonizing the Green Bay faithful.
Well, did you see Clay Matthews yesterday? He said something about he got a note from the president. The Bears still suck.
So
they got a little rivalry going on.
They're giving it back and forth, and we'll get Bump's thoughts on this receiver coming up as we continue with our coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
And that is the ball game.
make it 5 straight series wins. Red hot.
Dylan Moore will score. Here comes Randy around third base. He scores. Mitch Garver.
The Mariners bring the mojo back home to T-Mobile, opening a 3-game weekend set against the Marlins. Tonight, first pitch at 6:40, and we're your home for baseball's hottest team, your Seattle Mariners.
They are rolling.
Seattle Sports. Hear every game on 710 and the app.
CyberKnife is expanding. It's Dave Wyman here with exciting news from our friends at Swedish. They're adding a second CyberKnife, so patients can now receive CyberKnife treatment at Swedish, Cherry Hill, and the First Hill campuses. And as many 710 listeners already know, CyberKnife is a non-invasive, non-surgical treatment for prostate cancer with proven results. CyberKnife uses advanced technology to track your slightest body movements while adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme precision. And the result, healthy surrounding tissue and organs are spared from radiation. And the end result, excellent long-term cancer control and significantly reduced side effects. Compared with other radiation therapies, which last 6 to 9 weeks, the CyberKnife treatment period is typically only 5 days, and each session lasts less than an hour. So if diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/CyberKnifeProstate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news and stats to placing bets in just a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code JOEQ to get started today. That's JOEQ, JOEQ. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for a Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Back to live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft.
Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton.
On Seattle Sports. YouTube the app in your smart speaker.
Second round action continues in the 2025 NFL Draft. We're bringing it to you live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Big Ray Roberts taking you through each and every pick. And an interesting pick here for the New Orleans Saints, Bump, as they go quarterback. Ooh. But it's not the quarterback that's gotten all the press, all the conversation around him. It's a quarterback out of Louisville, Tyler Shuck.
You know what this tells me? That the way you move before a round really affects you. And if you are attached to one of the greatest of all time and the flashes of all time, people are going to be intimidated by it because, and this is no bias, I've watched film on all these quarterbacks, and I think Shuck is a good quarterback. I think that he's been around a long time. He's been playing since 1907. He's 26 years of age. He's got experience. He throws a strong ball from the pocket. But it's crazy to me that that he's getting drafted before Shedeur Sanders, the guy who completed 71% of his passes career behind a garbage offensive line. So this just tells me that either my evaluation is so far off, and I don't think it is, or that personality really affects the way that you're going to be drafted because good for Shuck. I'm never a hater. I'm not going to hate on the man's back, right? You go ahead and do your thing. I'm happy for you and your family. But I look at his film and look at Shedeur's film and see what Shedeur was working with and what Shuck was working with, and I think Shedeur is the better quarterback. I think Shuck is probably more physically talented. All the quarterbacks, I mean, Milroe's more physically talented than him. McCord is when it comes to arm talent. This one surprises me, but you got to go with your guy, and New Orleans thinks Shuck is their guy, so good for them.
So how much, Bump, do you think is Shedeur himself or what comes with him?
Oh, it's a little bit of Shedeur, but mostly what comes with him. Because now you got to answer to Deion Sanders. And I think that some GMs and some head coaches don't want to deal with the greatest defensive back of all time telling them what to do with their son.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's interesting to me because I can see both sides of the whole thing. I think the conspiracy stuff about why a player, why he's dropping and all that, some of it is a little bit overstated and kind of creating this victimhood for a dude that's still going to get an opportunity that only 1.6% of the freaking players get to have and make millions of dollars or have a chance to anyway. But I do think I think Dan Orlovsky was saying that sometimes if you don't have that thing that's uncoachable, it's really hard to kind of to move up. Like you don't have this skill set, so you can't run. Like if you have Lamar Jackson speed, you can't coach that. If you have, the improvisation of Mahomes, you can't coach that. And so those dudes tend to elevate. And then sometimes, like you said, the movement of like what you do before the draft. Shedeur didn't do the combine. This guy, Shuck, I think he was the best thrower at the combine. I think they said that he had like the best workout at the combine. And then listen to Brock. Even in the pro day, Shedeur didn't look great. You know what I'm saying? And then you had the Giants who brought him in for extra work, with a whole other group of people, and they passed on him. So I don't think it's just, doubt that some of that is part of it, but I don't think that is just the reason that it's happening. Because the other thing too is Deion, like is he really gonna like be all up into the NFL business when he has his whole program?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about
to run
today.
and do all that kind of stuff. Is he gonna call up coaches? If can one?
I think he will, Big Ray. You don't think he'll call a coach?
I don't think he will. Not the way that I don't think he's going to impose on it the way, because at some point you got to let your dude grow, be a man of his own. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You can't just keep like being the parent forever. At some point he's a grown freaking man. Let him handle his business. And then the other part of it is shoot, I just lost my thought. But I think that some of it, you know, even when you talk about the drama that the guy brings, don't confuse the drama with character, because this dude has never done anything that's shown bad character. He's been a young dude, and young people make mistakes, but he's been a great dude in all the different places he's been. So I think you got to be careful, like when you're blaming some other things and not balancing it out with like what the facts on the paper are.
Let's get the Buffalo Bills pick here in the second round. Lee Evans making the call.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select T.J. Sanders, defensive tackle, South Carolina.
There you go, T.J. Sanders, defensive tackle out of South Carolina, going to the Buffalo Bills. The New York Jets are now on the clock. And back to Shedeur. You know, we talked about this yesterday, Bump, that there was there was an article written with quotes from an anonymous GM. It didn't have a name attached to it, but they were talking about Shedeur's interview, and in it said it was the most unprofessional interview I'd ever been a part of. This kid is so entitled and blah, blah, blah. And at the time you were kind of speculating, like, you know, that could be misdirection. That could be a team that wants this kid and is trying to scare other teams away from him. Maybe that's true now. Maybe you're looking at that going, all right, there had to be, everybody's had a crack at it.
No, I'm not. I don't put aside that he didn't interview great with that team. Jalen Carter didn't interview great with this organization, so therefore he's with Philly. I also think that hey, we're dealing with something we haven't dealt with before, right? Other than the Mannings, right? In the last 25, 30 years, you're dealing with a kid who is associated with one of the greatest to do it, right? Mm-hmm. And has grown up in a way that no other athlete has ever grown up in the NFL has grown up. So he's going to behave different. He's going to walk different. He's going to talk different. This is new. It's just like the NIL. We deal with athletes right now who got money. I mean, with $2 million in the bank, the dynamics are just different. And you talk about Shedeur Sanders, his dynamic is the most different out of anybody who's in this draft this year. So I could see him rubbing people the wrong way. Definitely. I think that happens throughout the league, but I think that in this time, especially with all the money these kids are getting, and now you add him being a Sanders, his vibe is completely different. Either you rock with it or you don't. And it seems like so far the NFL is not rocking with it. But I think Big Ray is right as well, is that that was the perfect way to describe it the way you referenced Dan Orlovsky. It's like you got to have something that is undeniable.
That you can't teach.
Like, I mean, like I'm watching Ashton Genty go north-south, put his right foot in the ground, cross over his left foot, get to his other side and push forward. I go, yeah, you can't teach that. Like, it's just, there's something you just can't teach. And once you said that, Big Ray, I go, yeah, there's nothing that you can't teach that Shedeur has, but I still think he has the potential to have a really good NFL career.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And that's the thing is I feel like because he hasn't met the expectations in this, that means he's not going to make the expectations when he gets on the field, or that he's not going to have a chance to do it. He's going to get drafted somewhere, and he'll have a chance to prove himself right. And then even with, yeah, he has grown up different, and his personality is a little bit different. And even I hate to get in all this, but like even when you say like you're rubbing someone the wrong way, it could be just that you're receiving it the wrong way. Because your expectation of how a person should act doesn't mean that that's the right way they should act. And it doesn't mean that the way that they're acting is wrong just because you don't understand it or you haven't experienced it before. It's just who they are. If he's authentically who he is, that's a positive thing, because then he's not code switching to meet some other standard that's not who he is. And so you have to also stand up for that as well. And I'm like in the same ship of like, this has just dominated the draft in a way that the freaking first pick in the draft was not even a freaking one-star recruit.
Yeah.
And ended up being the first pick in the draft. And it's like they talked for like 20 minutes about him. And then the rest of the thing has been about Shedeur Sanders. So it's, I can ride with both sides of it, but there just has to be some balance to how people talk about it.
Well, until he is picked, it'll be a conversation, and we'll see where that is. They were speculating today on NFL Network it could be at pick 83 or wherever the Steelers come up again here in the third round, that he could actually fall third round. We'll see what happens as the second round continues. The Jets pick is in. The San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. We'll keep you up to speed on everything happening as our coverage continues live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
And that is the ball game.
Make it 5 straight series wins. Red hot.
Jalen Milroe will score. Here comes Randy around third base. He scores. Mitch Garver.
The Mariners bring the mojo back home to T-Mobile, opening a 3-game weekend set against the Marlins. Tonight, first pitch at 6:40, and we're your home for baseball's hottest team, your Seattle Mariners.
They are rolling.
Seattle Sports. Hear every game on 710 and the app.
Dave Wyman here for my friends at Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for the past 23 years. I'm really excited to work with Harley Exteriors because they're my kind of people. I had Ray, Chris, and Nick out to my house just to see what they could do for us. You see, we've been in the same house for 24 years, and virtually every window in our home has a broken seal. Harley Exteriors has an exclusive high-quality Euro vinyl Olympic Series window manufactured right here in Washington, and these windows are designed specifically for homes in the Pacific Northwest, helping to maximize energy, efficiency, and beauty. It's a window you can trust to last the life of your home. Very affordable, with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Through April, buy 1 window and get the second for 40% off. Harley Exteriors are big fans of the station, and they're excited to work with our listeners, and I'm proud to be working with Ray, Chris, and Nick. It's a team you can get behind. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
At West Hills Autoplex, we thoroughly inspect and prepare every used car to be like new. Because to you, it is new. We also pay you top dollar for your vehicle, so there's no better place to give your old car a new story. Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3 Bremerton.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi power boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus 1 unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Your home for the Seahawks and the 2025 NFL Draft.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle's sports presentation of the NFL Draft.
Broadcasting live from Seahawks HQ at the VMAC in Renton.
Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker. Here's your host, Bob Stelton.
The second round rolls on. We've got you covered on every bit of it here. I'm here with football intellect, football genius. We got Big Ray Roberts. We got Michael Bumpus. We got Dave Wyman. We're taking you through the entirety of the second and third round action. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we're going to flip you over to Mariners pregame, but you can follow us throughout the draft. We've got you covered on every single bit of it at seattlesports.com. If you've got the Seattle Sports app, you can follow us there. You can follow us on the Seattle Sports YouTube page. So you got a bunch of options to watch us for those of you that are dialed into what's going on with the draft. The Seahawks have pick number 50 coming up still to deal with. So we'll get into all of that, everything that's happened. We've got you covered. Just to bring you up to speed on what's gone on today, in case you're just tuning in, the Seahawks traded up to make the third pick in the second round, and they go with Nick Emmanwori, a defensive safety out of South Carolina. They traded pick number 52 and 82 to the Tennessee Titans to move up to number 35 and go with the safety. The most recent pick off the board is Alfred Collins, defensive tackle out of Texas, headed to the San Francisco 49ers with the 11th pick of the second round. The Dallas Cowboys pick is in, and now the Colts are on the clock. So I don't know if you guys have paid much attention to what's going on with the teams around the Seahawks. There were 2 teams coming into the draft that had 11 picks. One of them is the San Francisco 49ers, who I think we're all waiting for their salary cap to catch up to them. All these people they're trying to pay. And I'm hoping they're going to pay Brock Purdy $150 million a year, so it screws them up. But it feels like they just have a habit of kind of reloading. They get rid of some known names. Deebo Samuel's moved on. They just seem to kind of pick up. They haven't had that step back yet.
Yeah, they draft well, and then they find guys late, like Hufanga, who ended up being a Pro Bowl strong safety for those guys. He moved on as well.
He's coming too, yeah.
Yeah, but we realize that they have some work to do. You get rid of Deebo Samuel, open up some cap space. The big question is Brock Purdy, right? It's his time to get paid. He should, because of his timing and what he's done, get around $50 million. And I read an article saying that, all right, the 49ers should trade Brock Purdy. If you trade Brock Purdy, you're not going to get what he's worth with you. Like with you, he's worth $50 million. And if you try to trade a guy like Brock Purdy, you're going to want to get like a second or first rounder. You're not going to get that for Brock Purdy. So now they are essentially stuck with this quarterback. But Lynch has done a great job building this team, right? Started from nothing, 2016, 17, something like that, and has built. Can he do it again is going to be the question, but there's still enough pieces there to where they're going to be competing for the division. I think the Rams still have the lead when it comes to that, but you can never sleep on the Niners. As much as y'all want to hate because they are in the division, this is true analysis here. You can never sleep on the 49ers.
Yeah, and I'm looking at The Rams, I feel like they never have a first-round pick that they've always.
This is 87.
Well, we'll get to the Rams here. The Cowboys selection is in. Travis Frederick is making the pick for the Dallas Cowboys here.
With the 44th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Donovan Ezeraku, defensive end, Boston College.
All right, an edge rusher out of Boston College going to the Dallas Cowboys with pick number 12 of the second round, number 44.
That's the guy with
overall.
ankles, Bob.
Is that the ankle flexion?
Yeah, that's the ankle flexion guy. Found that out.
He's got great ankles. So good for the Cowboys. The Indianapolis Colts are their pick is in. The Rams are now on the clock. We'll see what they come up with. But continue with you're going with or Dave was going with the 49ers and what they've been doing.
No, I was just talking about the Rams and how they've had a couple of good drafts, and they didn't have a first rounder. So I'm not sure exactly where that went, but they always find a way to get under the salary cap, and when it looks like that. But as far as San Francisco goes, it's kind of interesting. I told this story to Bob a couple of times, but when we played them this last year, I was walking to the buses behind Tyler Lockett, and he was going on and on about how are they going to pay all these guys? He was like, this team's in trouble. They've got a big bill that's coming due here, and I thought that was kind of interesting because I never hear, especially right after a game. It was interesting to hear that from Tyler Lockett, but I think he's right.
Yeah, well, and this guy that they just drafted, Alfred Collins from Texas, is a big dude. He's a 6'6" and 332 pounds. And the thing that they do really well in San Francisco is they coach up the defensive line. They always have good, solid defensive front players across the board, from the edge rushers to the inside guys. And so this dude could end up being a problem for teams in the division because he's a big guy. He's played some big-time football, and they do a good job of coaching him up in San Fran.
Can I give Cowboys some love right now? I mean, we just really skipped over this pick like it was nothing. Their first-round pick, they get Tyler Booker, protect your $6 million quarterback. Then you get Donovan out of BC, second in the country when it comes to sacks. And I wanted to show you a clip of this, dude. I thought of you because he plays with a hunger that you don't really see anymore. So, I mean, I know we're talking Rams in San Francisco, but I was like, hold on. The Cowboys are low-key putting together a nice little draft.
Plus, they got a guy with great ankles, too. Jonathan Taylor stepping up to the podium to unveil the Colts selection here at number 45.
Didn't have the opportunity in 2020 due to the circumstances, but I'm back in Wisconsin. It's always a good time out here, man. Huge shout out Salem City, man. This is a dream come true. But Colts Nation, let's find out who my new teammate is going to be, man. Let's go. Let's keep this train rolling on day 2. And with that being said, with the 45th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, my Indianapolis Colts select JT Tuimoloau, DN, Ohio State.
There you go. And more fist pumps from Bump. What is it you like about this guy?
Local kid, Eastside Catholic, yes, Washingtonian. We got 3 drafted so far this year in the draft, man. Washington, stand up. If he would have got drafted last year, he probably would have been a top 20 pick. But a little bit of a down year, a little bit of a tweener too, right? Not really powerful, but has great hands as if you're watching the draft right now as you're seeing, and just plays with a motor. And he's just a really good kid, man. And so far, when it comes to drafting good people, Washington State is 3 for 3 because this is one of the best ones here.
I do like to see some of the phrases, and because I find them to be quite corny when they're like, "Oh, he's twitchy," or this one just said he's a bully at the point of attack. I kind of like that.
That's your language.
I like that.
The thing I like about him though is, I mean, obviously you want to have like an every down player, but I think if he's like in a platoon where he can then really lock in on his ability to rush a quarterback, because I think he has that thing. He has long arms. He can dip. He can get underneath the tackle. He's shown ability to do that. But I think if you have him playing 70, 80 plays a game, it wears him down. So I think he's better in spots versus being a full-time starter, and I think he can bring value to a team as a pass rusher.
The other Washington kids, another one came out of Ohio State as well, right?
Mecca Buka was one. There was one more that I'm
Connerly from Oregon
from
that
the
played
Beach
at
Boys.
Beach.
Yeah, Beach Boys. Yeah, it's with 3
He was
for
a
3,
hooper
man.
too.
Mm-hmm.
I like you guys keeping track of the local guys.
Oh, always.
Got
to. Absolutely.
Love it.
Before this draft, there were 132 Washingtonians that played in the NFL. Had to look that up last week.
Wow.
Yeah.
132. All right.
132.
All right.
Meaning coming from high schools here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, born here because they're claiming Alex Smith. You know, he played in San Diego. Like, there's some jankiness going on, but you were born here? They don't claim you.
That's irrefutable. You can't be on that. The Rams are on the clock, or actually their pick is in, so we'll find out what's going on with the Rams at number 46 overall. The Cardinals are now on the clock. The Seahawks sitting there at 50, so you're a couple picks away from the Seahawks. You've got the Cardinals, who are on the clock currently. We'll get the Rams pick. You got the Raiders after that, the Bengals, and then the Seattle Seahawks. So they've gone offense with pick number 1. They go defense with their second pick. They trade 2 picks to get Emmanwori with number 35 overall. So we'll see what they do at 50.
Now you go special teams, right, Dave? You go kicker? You go kicker now with this pick?
Oh,
stop it. I love that.
Stop it.
Long snapper for B. Walton.
Man, there was a long snapper drafted in the 7th round before me. And I was like, are you kidding me? You taking this long snapper? Come on, man. Don't do that to me.
Oh, man. It all worked out, Bob.
It did.
You know what? You get down to the 7th round, I feel like you'd rather be a free agent because at least you can choose.
Yeah.
You might get drafted in this second to last pick from someplace you didn't want to go.
Yeah.
Or you could be Brock Purdy and be Mr. Irrelevant, go to the 49ers and
get paid $55 million.
Find your fortunes there. Yeah, it's crazy to see what happens. But we'll see what the Seahawks do at 50. So they address the secondary. So now what's next? What do you strategically, what would you like to see him do? We talked about it before that pick. Everybody leaned toward defense. You think they shift back to offense?
Let's go back to
O-line.
O-line.
That's Bumpus theory. Like maybe back to the O-line.
Just go back and forth, offense,
back
defense.
And forth. I'll take another O-line.
I'd say go back to O-line.
Yeah, O-line or a cousin of the O-line, which is the tight end position. You know, maybe you get a dynamic player there because we talked about the top 2 tight ends in this draft, and they've both been drafted. But there are some guys still out there at the tight end spot that I think can do what Kubiak wants in his offense.
Those 2 tight ends that were taken, Warren and Loveland, kind of interesting type of player. I felt like Warren was more of a scrappy blocker, could do pretty much everything like a classic tight end. But Loveland, man, he runs routes kind of like a receiver.
Yeah.
It was kind of interesting. But I don't know, Bob and I always talk about tight end just because it's kind of a fascinating position to me because back in I think 2006 it was when everybody was running 10 personnel, nobody had a tight end. It felt like the tight end position was starting to disappear. And now, you just get a few guys like Gronk, and it's always mystifying to me that, like, Gronk's not that fast. I mean, he's big, but he's not that big. How do they get open?
Right.
How do they – it's very strange. And it's also a position that the Seahawks haven't – Jimmy Graham, Bob, you always point that out, that he was the most productive tight end that we had.
You believe that? Statistically, that's the greatest tight end in the history of this organization.
And they didn't even know how to use him.
No.
To be honest with you. They couldn't even, Russell could never connect with him with the fade route at end zone. It's like, this dude is 6'10".
Well, and
he's throw it up. And, it's like
he'd be man-to-man coverage. One guy, I'm like, please throw it up every time. Then they put him in short yardage to block.
Yeah.
Which was a
not his deal.
Fool's errand.
Why do you think it is that the tight end is just is it they haven't had the right guy? Or it's just never if he's your all-time leader, it tells you that the tight end has just never been a prominent position in terms of production. Certainly Zach Miller, everybody loved him, but he kind of turned into a de facto O-lineman because they needed him at the time. But it's just you've never had anything close to a Kelsey, a Kittle, a Shockey. Or let's see what the Rams are going to do here real quick, and we'll get your answer on that.
So
Michael
first
Brock
and foremost, I just want to send a huge thank you to all the men and women who serve as our first responders and in our military. Secondly, I want to send a huge shout out to my son, Mikael. It's his birthday today. He's a draft baby. Let's go. Let's go.
From the 2012
All right, lastly, let's get into this pick. With the 46th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Terrence Ferguson, tight end, Oregon University.
There you go. Another tight end off the board. Terrence Ferguson going to the L.A. Rams. 6'5" and 3/8, 247. Big dude. But why do you think that is, Bump, that just historically speaking, since the inception of this organization, tight end is just, you've never had that guy.
We're talking about here in Seattle, correct?
Yes.
Not the Rams. So they got a couple of dudes over there.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about Seattle.
No, here in Seattle, I don't know. It comes down to the offensive coordinator and his priorities. Is a tight end his priority? Does he create matchups where the tight end can win? And we're seeing that now that, we're just talking about the tight ends look different, man. Look, Brock breaking down in his routes. You got Kelsey doing this thing. Like, they are fundamentally part of an offense now, but it all comes down to the coordinator because he designs the plays. And at some point, I think of like the last old school tight end, like Jason Witten. All right, you're just going to be a strong blocker. Just catch this football up the seam. Don't worry about getting yards at the catch. Catch the football, get down. Towards now, the evolution of the tight end position, like the player itself and the coordinators, have made them just a big deal in this whole situation.
And don't you think it's going to be kind of in this offense, everything you see from Kubiak, they have, 3 tight end sets. I really liked what I saw out of Barner last year. It wasn't a great, fantastic. He had 6 starts, but I think he's as good of a blocker as he is a pass catcher. I'm really hopeful for him, and I don't know. It just would be cool to have that connection. If Sam Darnold could get something similar.
Let's get the Cardinals pick before we get Big Ray's thoughts here.
What's up, Green Bay?
Oh, P squared.
And with the 47th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Will Johnson, defensive back, Michigan.
All right.
There you go. Will Johnson, cornerback out of Michigan, going to the Arizona Cardinals. So a couple division rivals making picks here, and Terrence Ferguson, Will Johnson going back-to-back. The Raiders are on the clock, followed by the Bengals, and then the Seattle Seahawks with the 50th overall pick will be on the clock. But just back to you on just the tight ends. Who was the tight end when you were playing with the Seahawks? Do you remember?
Ron Heller, maybe?
Ron Heller?
Yeah, and Pete Metzler. That may have been in Detroit.
Yeah, Pete Metzler was there a long time before you got there.
Yeah, we didn't have like monsters at the tight end spot in any of the places.
Green?
Paul Green.
Paul Green.
Yeah, that was a whole nother. Yeah. Anyway,
we'll talk during the break, Ray.
Feels like there's a story there.
Yeah, but no. I think what Bump said is like every year I've always thought that the tight end here was the key to opening up the offense, to kind of create other throwing lanes and to expand the running game. It could be a long handoff kind of part of the running game, but it's never been a intentionality to say like the tight end is going to be a prominent part of what we do. Russell wanted to push the ball down the field. Geno's, taking big shots. You got, DK running deep routes and all that kind of stuff. And so they just kind of get lost in what they're doing offensively here. And then they haven't found the monster blocker that we're talked about. And nowadays, the best tight ends are like the George Kittle type dude who can be a pest in the block in the run game, and then can get open in the pass game and do some damage that way. So the kid from Penn State, Tyler Warren, is more George Kittle to me than any of the other tight ends I've seen.
Agreed. Yeah, we'll see if they elect to go with the tight end somewhere within this draft, and wide receiver, also something we were talking about before you guys came in, and just looking at the group that they've got, with Cooper Kupp and obviously JSN and MVS. You like the steadiness and the production, but you also don't seem to have a ton of speed.
Listen, if they go wide out with this next pick, y'all can't tell me nothing for like a week. Yesterday I said, look, you need a DB, Emmanwori, and you need a receiver. If they do that, I'm going to change my name on Twitter. But I think it makes sense because you have a good group of guys, right? You have JSN, who's going to be your number one, at least have the opportunity to be number one. Cooper Kupp, if you get 40 receptions, 600, 700 yards, 5 TDs, that's a good year. And MVS, he's not a volume type of guy, but he will hit you for 4 passes for 50-plus yards and average 18 yards per catch. But you need that guy who can grow with JSN, where they can really be a dynamic duo, because I get Cooper Kupp maybe 2 more years before you want to move on. And then MVS has bounced around a lot. He's on a
1-year deal.
Exactly. So I think you need a guy to grow with JSN.
Yeah, I heard you earlier, Bob, because the overall speed of that room just doesn't overwhelm me. It's almost like the defensive line was a couple years ago. I went to training camp, and I was just like, there's not a dude here I would game plan for. It was just like, it didn't have the look of that, And so when you look at this this receiving core, some dudes that are accomplished, and JSN is on the rise, but there is no speed that scares you. But I think it was Dave who was talking about the shell that people play to try to keep you from going deep, and the whole taking the top off, that kind of thing is kind of gone away. And so I think that I like the way the Rams scheme dudes open. And you're not just relying on just pure speed to get dudes open. It's timing, it's route running. It's like, it's the scheme that kind of gets dudes open. I think you'll see a lot of that with this offense.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Maybe it's not as necessary.
Right.
I don't know. It's just something I was thinking about last night,
kills,
looking at it.
They say speed kills.
Yeah, that's right here. We're going to see if they add some speed here somewhere within this draft. By the way, do you think they're going to take a quarterback with one of their picks? I asked Brock this. Yeah, I think they will. Dave doesn't think they will.
They shouldn't do it until their very last pick if that's what they're going to do. Unless there's a guy like Will Howard has been my sneaky. I like that guy pick, man, because I think that he's more mobile than he gets credit for. He's a big boy, strong, quick release. I think that he's available late, then you can take a swing at it.
Yeah, I don't know. They have a roster full of quarterbacks. Like what are they going to try to do, quarterback by committee or something? You can only have so many of them. You know what I'm saying? If I'm going to take another look at another player, I'm probably going to find another position that could need some depth or something like that.
It's interesting because, the Darnold deal essentially is a one-year deal if they want it to be.
Right.
If this doesn't turn out well, you committed to $5 million total to Drew Lock, which in football dollars is nothing, over 2 years. Sam Howell's in the final year of his deal. Maybe he even gets dealt before the season because teams have been calling about him. And then Jaron Hall is the forgotten guy, which we forgot he was even on the roster.
Couldn't pick him out of a lineup.
No. So while there's bodies there,
right,
there's no real commitment if they don't want there to be.
Yeah,
so
that's what I lean on because Sam Darnold, you got to weigh out after this year.
Yeah.
You pay him $37 million, and that's it if you don't like what he's done. So they're not committed to him. They're not committed to Locke. Locke is cheap. They're already shipping Sam Howell. So if Sam Darnold was on a 3-year guaranteed type deal, then I'd say, all right, well, there's no need to look at a quarterback. But they don't even know. I don't think we know, right? Sam Darnold put 1 year together.
No.
I hope he can repeat it, but no one really knows.
Yeah, I've got questions.
Yeah,
I've got questions.
Yeah.
I think, and I'm certainly
It's only
rooting
2
for
games, Bob.
Yeah,
It's only 2 games.
He was one guy for 6 years. He was another guy for 16 games, and then the most consequential 2 games of the season, he looked like the guy from the previous 6 years. So,
If that play-by-play guy had not screamed that stuff out, I think I would feel a little bit better. But no, I think he's the guy that I think he got unlocked. I don't know what happened in those 2 games, but
I like that.
We had this guy that
the play-by-play
his
guy
name was Paul Allen.
Yeah,
play-by-play guy. Did you guys
Paul
hear
Allen?
that?
Yeah, I've heard
yeah. So it was during the.
Yeah, they were screaming at him on the broadcast. Yeah. You got to throw it, man. You got to throw it. So there you go. All right. Our coverage is going to continue. The entirety of our draft coverage will continue on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, our Seattle Sports YouTube page. So you got avenues there to catch the rest of our coverage. We're going to take you through the entire second and third rounds tonight. You got Mariners pregame coming your way next. So stick with us. Any of those avenues, we got the draft coming your way.
And that is the ball game.
Make it 5 straight series wins. Red hot.
Dylan Moore will score. Here comes Randy around third base. He scores. Mitch Garver.
The Mariners bring the mojo back home to T-Mobile, opening a 3-game weekend set against the Marlins. Tonight, first pitch at 6:40. And we're your home for baseball's hottest team, your Seattle Mariners.
They are rolling.
Seattle Sports. Hear every game on 710 and the app.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Seattle. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Ooh, ma.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle's sports presentation of the NFL Draft.
Broadcasting live from Seahawks HQ at the VMAC in Renton.
Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
Come on, man!
Here's your host, Bob Stelton.
And we got the football minds with us, Big Ray Roberts, Michael Bumpus, and Dave Wyman taking you through the rest of the draft this evening. The second round was winding down. Third round will get underway. We've got you covered on all of it. The Seahawks pick is in, pick number 50 overall. We're here in the second round waiting for that pick to be unveiled, and as soon as it is, we will announce that for all of you who are tuning in. We appreciate everybody tuning in with us. As I said, we'll take you through everything going on here. So anybody feeling a strong inkling one way or the other as to what the Seahawks are going to do here at 50?
They're going to take one of the remaining guards from Georgia, either Tate Ratledge or Jared Wilson.
I like it. Okay. What do you think, Bump?
I think it's wideout season. I think it's time to address the little guys.
You just want nobody to tell you. What'd you say? You can't talk to me.
Hey, don't tell me nothing for a week. All right, Stacy, if you're listening, I love you. Curtis, I love you. I'm producing, I'm hosting, I'm analyst, I'm doing everything.
You can't tell me nothing. I love it. I love it. All right, well, we'll see. What do you think, Dave?
Well, I think it's going to be offensive line.
O-line?
That, what was it, Ratledge kid that you talked about? I think that Brock, there was like a huge space. Like, have we seen any offensive linemen go here?
Early, first round, there's a bunch of tackles that went, but.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as today goes, that or, the more you talk about wide receiver, the thing, I said this to Bump yesterday, he goes, that doesn't sound like a compliment, but I was like, I feel like there's more receiver. Like, there's lots of good
You
receivers.
said receivers grow on trees.
I said they grow on trees. You can go out and pick one off
I'll
the
never
tree.
forget it, Dave.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Never forget it or forgive you.
But I think it's easier in, everybody goes out and plays catch, right? Everybody knows how to catch a football. Even the big offensive linemen, they brag about how they can catch and they got good hands. But, yeah, I mean, I just think it's easier to find those guys, to put it nicely.
You're right. You're
easier
right,
to find
though.
those
You're
guys than it is to find, like, offensive linemen.
Yeah.
So.
Offensive lineman, that's the hardest position to find.
Yeah. But, the receiver thing.
Well, it used to be a saying that you could find a guard, the guards were the same way.
Bum on the highway.
Yeah, you could just find them
That was
anywhere.
Alex Gibbs.
Yeah.
I can find a bum on the highway to play guard for me.
Give me a tackle.
Give me a tackle.
Well, we'll see. That's proven to be false these days, right?
Yeah,
We've had a hard time finding those guards on the highway or anywhere else. So you got one early.
On the back of the milk carton.
Right, exactly. So we'll see what the Seahawks do here. They went with a guard with their first overall pick with Zabel, and then they go safety with a second pick. They traded 2 picks, numbers 52 and 82, to move up to pick 35 to take Nick Emmanwori with the 35th overall pick. So we'll see what they're going to do here at pick number 50.
Most shocking thing, Shadir Sanders.
Oh, that would be
out there
without question.
Of the top, 10 available. Yeah.
Dave, I heard you talking about Mike Green from Marshall. I really like that dude too. I think there's some other things kind of hindering him from
some off the field
stuff. But if you just watch his film, I mean, there's your favorite word. He's twitchy.
Before we start, I got to say happy birthday to my son, Jedediah. Everybody say happy birthday.
Somebody's got the audio on there.
He doesn't look very happy.
Sounds like.
No.
With the 50th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Elijah Arroyo, tight end, Miami.
Tight end out of Miami.
Ooh, I like this one, fellas.
You like that pick?
Oh, yeah. I like it.
Now, people can tell you stuff for the next week because it wasn't a wide
They can tell me whatever they want, and I'll be completely fine with it.
So the Seahawks go tight end. We were just talking about how tight ends have not been a big producer in historically speaking with the Seahawks. They had A.J. Barner last year as a rookie, and they go tight end again.
So this tells me that someone in that room might not be back next year, and you can assume all you want to. But this young man, 6'4", 235, my note I have on him is the movement in his body is second to none. Like the way he dips his shoulder down and runs the seam and chops his feet. It's beautiful to watch him play, man. It's just the movement. It's the new age tight end that we're seeing, like the Loveland type, who was a complete route runner. Like tight ends weren't really route runners. They were just space occupiers. Like get to that space and I'll throw you the football because you're a big target. But this young man does it all, man. He's smooth. He's fast. I really like this pick with these guys.
Can he block?
He can block a little bit.
Yeah.
He can block a little bit.
The only negative they had on his little breakdown where they gave his attributes, it said durability issues. So we'll see about that. But
well, they claim to be sticklers on that. So
yeah,
and they have
right.
Look, DK Metcalf. There was lots of teams that weren't going to draft him, and the Seahawks drafted him because of his neck. So yeah, I mean, it's just different. And you know, we see John Schneider there looking up at the camera.
If you think about, if they play with, 2 and 3 tight ends, not every single one of the dudes is going to be a big bruising blocker. So you need someone that can, do some damage, catching the ball on that second level, the intermediate level. He looks like he can get out wide and take advantage of some mismatches with his size and things. He looks fast enough. So you got to have a few, at least one dude in there that can do that type of stuff.
So who do you think may not be back because they're making Brady Russell a fullback?
Man, you gonna make me the GM right now?
Yeah. So that leaves you Noah Fant,
Oh,
A.J. Barner, and
look, I don't call for no man's job. That's not what I like to do. Who does he resemble, and you make your assumption off of that?
Well, they put it on the screen. Noah Fant.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I didn't see that.
They said Noah Fant was the comp.
I'm just saying, when they started bringing in 5'11", 195 slots, I knew my time was probably going to be short unless I beat that guy out. They bring in a guy that has your profile, you're in direct competition with him. So I'm not saying he's out, but they brought in a tight end that plays the game that you play.
Did they redo his contract, Noah Fant? Because he was a guy we were looking at contracts when they were over the cap. We were looking at the likely, restructures based on their cap hit, and he was one of them. And I can't remember if he was somebody.
I can't remember if they did or not.
I have to look at that because he was one that was like in the top 5 or 7 contracts on the roster. Where you're going, okay, well that based on production, that doesn't make a ton of sense.
Yeah, because he signed a 2-year, $21 million deal, I think. So, and he's in the second year of that. Is that right?
I think I have to go back and look at what they did, but you could be right. I mean, I don't know if they're going to carry 3 tight ends.
Right. It says $13 million is his cap hit this year. So
that seems a bit.
You also got to have a vet in here too, though, right? There's Noah Fant, A.J. Barner, and Eric Sobert, who I don't know much about on the roster right now. So
He's going to be the one that we don't hear from anymore.
Yeah, who knows? I don't call for no one's job.
Well, you got to manage the cap, manage your roster. So there's the unfortunate, but interesting. They go with a tight end, as we were just having that big conversation about their history with tight ends, and we'll see how they're utilized. When you look at Barner, is he more of a blocker as you see it, Dave?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's a good blocker. I think he's as good of a blocker as he is a pass catcher. He's very well-rounded. He had a block in the last game that was just so, and I see him like he's very conscientious, like on the backside. We're talking about Bradford and Reek Woolen, that sometimes they don't finish plays or they get distracted or whatever. I saw him make this just killer block on the backside of a run that was going the other way, and the ball ends up coming all the way back around, and he ends up sealing the guy, and they score a touchdown. And then he had just a little shove on a guy that allowed some daylight. And I think he catches the ball well. He's a good catcher, as Pete Carroll used to say.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I like him. He had a really good rookie year, and I think he's a good kid. I think he's maybe he'll be that guy we're talking about 20 years from now, Bob, when we're doing our radio show.
Yeah.
We'll go,
That's right.
remember we didn't have a tight end, and now here's A.J. Barner. But no,
crazy. I'll be 45 years old now.
Yeah, that's nuts.
By the way, just looking at that, just the cap hits for the Seahawks as it sits right now, Noah Fant represents the second biggest cap hit on this team. Yeah, even Sam Darnold has a slightly smaller cap hit. Leonard Williams, little over $15 million. Noah Fant at number 2 at 13.4. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. He looked like a likely candidate for a restructure. They didn't do anything, so not sure if this move is in connection to that, but we'll find out. The latest pick, the Titans go with an edge rusher, Oluwafemi Oladejo. Is that how you say that?
That's pretty good,
shot.
Bob. I'm going with that.
I
I'm going with you.
We'll go with that until somebody corrects me, right? Somebody texts in and goes, "You idiot! That's not even close."
They're good for that.
But yeah, another. They're eager. They are eager to correct you if you misspeak. My God. But so there you go. As we continue to take you through the second and third round, it's. Who's the biggest name outside of Shedeur Sanders? And he'll be a story, and he'll continue to be a discussion
running
point.
back from Arizona?
Scatterboo.
Scatterboo?
Yeah. ASU.
He's still out there.
Moyer's guy. What do you think about him? He's kind of he's sort of a tweener. I don't know really how you would use him. I didn't see his 40 time, but I think it was around like a 4.65.
He's not fast enough to scare you.
Yeah.
But he's so football savvy that he's going to make plays.
Yeah.
He's just not that home run hitter that you want at the running back spot. But he's strong as heck. I mean, you watch his film. He understands pad level. His balance is crazy. He's got decent hands. He's he's Kirkland's signature of Christian McCaffrey. Like, it's good. It's good, but it's not the real thing.
I missed that. And I was like, wait, what did
he say? I'm like, what? What did he say? I don't think when teams are talking about having fullbacks nowadays, it's not a traditional Corey Schlesinger, neck roll fullback.
Right.
It's more of a versatile person that can give you something, get in the way enough in a run game, but also catch the ball out of the backfield, protect the quarterback. He could probably play a role like that in someone's offense, and he could then be a weapon because he is hard to tackle. He football savvy, all that kind of stuff. Tough dude, kind of a mentality type of guy that brings a little of that to your offense as well. So I think he couldn't be like your bell cow running back, but I think he could platoon in a system or kind of play that kind of hybrid tight end fullback kind of place.
You like Scatterboo? Who you talking about?
Yeah.
Isn't that where the NFL's going to as far as like two backs? Like, unless you have Derrick Henry or Saquon, you probably need a little 1-2 combo.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and you just look at we talked about it earlier, just the injuries, and if those two guys can, put together 17 with, K9 and Charbonnet.
Do you like the idea of a fullback? Like a traditional Max Strong, Lorenzo Neal, like a fullback?
Yeah,
does that work in today's game?
When we talk about offensive line,
I don't think the traditional type. That's why I think when you're talking fullback, you're not talking about those types of dudes. I think you're talking about someone that's a little bit more versatile than than that
Yeah.
can actually run the ball, can go out and catch the ball, like
should.
that type of stuff. You know, not just a neck roll dude that's
You
going
should,
to
yeah.
blow up the middle linebacker, you know.
Well, who's the guy that in Baltimore that they use? I'm blanking on his name, but he's like a defensive
like
tackle
300-pound dude
type
yeah.
guy, you know. And then, you know, you get him. I remember when they came here and played us in 2019. It was like, you know, you load up, you bring somebody in motion, and then you got your quarterback carrying the ball. I mean, you've got to pick up a first down, you know, because it's 11 on 11. But that's the thing that bothered me the most last year. And Ray, you said something in the post-game show, and I was like, amen, brother. And it was about what they did in short yardage.
Yeah.
And how they would, like, bring all of the receivers in and pack them in and just attract flies.
They just bring people to the party.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then, you know, they would run these plays, you know, where they're spread out and they get 4 yards, 6 yards, and then all of a sudden you bunch up and you can't move anybody off the ball and you can't
get
pick
6
up,
inches.
You can't get a 3rd and 1 and a 4th and 1. Just drove me nuts. So I would like to see. So if the fullback, you know, if you run that kind of big, heavy set, I don't know that teams would be very used to it. But
didn't they have Murphy a couple times there as a fullback?
Yeah.
Yeah, because remember, he told us that his mom told him to play defense.
Yeah.
Because he was a fullback or a running back when he was in high school or earlier than that. But yeah, I mean, the fullback thing, I don't know. It just depends on who the player is.
Yeah. The Buccaneers pick is in. They're drafting cornerback Benjamin Morrison. Benjamin Morrison going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with the 21st pick in the second round, number 53 overall. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. We'll keep you up to speed on everything happening as we continue with our coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
Don't go anywhere. Live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft continues The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
Second round action continues. We got you covered on all of it here live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Big Ray Roberts, Michael Bumpus, and Dave Wyman taking you through the second and third rounds tonight. The Green Bay Packers just made their selection, number 22 in the second round, number 54 overall. They go with an offensive tackle out of NC State, Anthony Belton, headed to the Green Bay Packers. Right before that, cornerback out of Notre Dame, Benjamin Morrison, going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So now the L.A. Chargers pick is in. The Chicago Bears are on the clock. They'll be followed by the Denver Broncos, the Raiders, the Ravens, Lions, Commanders, Bears again, Chiefs, and Eagles rounding out the second round. And then we'll get in the third round where the Seahawks have pick number 92, I believe. And if you guys are just tuning in, they traded two of their picks, number 52 and number 82 overall, to secure the 35th pick overall in the draft, which turned into safety, a safety out of South Carolina, Nick Emmanwori, which everybody seems to be pretty happy with so far. So far, I think the fans, the hard-to-please fans, the cynics, the analysts are all happy with John Schneider and what they've done so far.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can complain about the safety move as well, because you're committing, a trade there where you're, giving away some draft capital there, and that's how much they wanted him there. So they just want to make sure that they got him. And then, again, I said it before, I just think when the middle of the defense gets fixed and fortified, that's when it starts to really show how, Mike Macdonald's defense, and we saw that last year with the inside backers. So the safeties are a big part of it. And was it Kyle Hamilton that, that just entirely shined? I think I think that defense features players in the middle of the field, meaning D tackles, inside backers, safeties. So, yeah, and there was definitely a need there. And kid's big, looks like he can, play in the box. And since they're eliminating linebackers, inside linebackers on the field, might as well get a guy that's like, what is he, 215 or?
Yeah, about 215. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous how fast players are. I played at between 245 and 250. And I have no idea what 40 time I ran, but I was fast enough not to be on the field on nickel downs. But yeah, nowadays you look at the linebackers and they're smaller, and it's hard to sometimes see the difference between safeties and linebackers. And this kid's a big kid. He's one of those, as Paul Moyer would say, a hybrid.
Oh, Paul.
The difference between LBs and the hybrid. Love you more.
Well, the other thing too is, South Carolina, they the head coach there, his dad was the Coach Beamer. His dad was the head coach at Virginia Tech when I played at Virginia, and they play like a really tough, physical brand of football. So he's coming from a mentality and a system that is similar to what they play here. So it could be easier to see him in this defense if you're the coaching staff, if you're scouting how you want him to play in this defense, because they play like a real downhill, physical, football brand of football. Like when at Virginia Tech, they had a lot of dudes from Richmond, Virginia, which is like one of the toughest cities in America, and those dudes came for a fist fight every single time. And that's kind of how his son has shaped the defense at South Carolina.
Hey, the most recent pick, it was a wide receiver out of Mississippi, Bump, Trey Harris, going to the Los Angeles Chargers. And I'm just kind of keeping a slight eye on the receivers because I'd like the Seahawks to take one. But what do you think of Trey Harris?
Yeah, Trey Harris is one of my favorite receivers coming out of here. Obviously, you had like the front runners. You got McMillan out of Arizona. You got Emeka, of course, out of Ohio State. But this is a guy that I really like. He got better every single year at Ole Miss, 6'2", 205. And you better send 2 or 3 to tackle him because he's elusive. One year he has 562 and 4 touchdowns, then 935 and 10, 985 and 8, and ends with over 1,000 and 7 over there. Obviously catching passes from Jackson Dart. I like this for the Chargers because they've been disappointed at a couple other draft picks. Ladd McConkey out of Georgia, the slot receiver's done well, but Quinton Johnson hasn't done anything. And then they go out and get a running back. Yet Austin Eckler goes to the Commanders, right? So now Justin Herbert needs this guy. They go and get Amarian Hampton, who I had as the second best running back in this draft. They get him. And then they get Trey Harris on the outside. I mean, it's Harbaugh's doing a great job kind of setting these guys up. Trey Harris, the knock on Trey is the same thing that they had on DK when coming out. You only play like one side of the football field, but you see how DK has kind of evolved and become a top 14 receiver in this game. I like Trey Harris. He was probably my third favorite receiver in this draft.
Mike, what is the difference between, because the receiver group every year seems to get deeper and deeper and deeper in the draft. Like you can find quality dudes because they get a lot of reps in the 7-on-7s, growing up, everything. What is the difference between a first-round receiver and a dude that's midway in the second round? What separates those two players?
I think it comes down to if you can find a big guy who's fast and can play in the slot and can move his body in certain ways, that's a first-rounder. Like, could you imagine T.O. playing in the slot?
Right.
Like, you can't, right? But nowadays there are guys who are as big as T.O. who can play in the slot. Like, if you can go inside, outside, I can match you up on the safety. I can get you on the backer sometimes, outside, get you on the corner. That's where it comes from. And then it's just the run after the catch. Because you look at an offense like the 49ers with this program wants to be here in Seattle. You look at the Rams. Like, if I can get you a hitch and you turn that into a 25, 30-yard game, man, it's just a high percentage play. So I think that's what it's coming down to, because you're right. It's hard to separate these guys when it comes to just route running and catching the ball. It's more like, what can you do when the ball's in your hands, and can we move you around in the formation?
Could you relate to that kind of commitment to come to a situation like this with your face painted, a bear head on, you got bear claws on your arms? You're just
I think I'm done at the bear claws. I think I can go with the bear head. Like I think I could do something silly and stupid with that. But
that just represents a level of commitment I can't relate to, man.
You think most of the reason for all of this is alcohol?
I'm going to say it's fueled. Yeah, I'm going to say it's fueled by it. Yeah, now we got somebody walking out onto the stage with a championship belt.
Like
Seth
Randy
Rollins,
Savage.
WWE superstar. Okay.
All right.
I'm not any wrestling fans here.
You know, Curtis is. If Curtis was here, he'd tell us all about this guy.
Oh, yeah. Is he a big wrestling guy?
Curtis big. Brenda? Yeah, okay. She's not listening. His wife is here, but he's a big wrestling fan.
All right. Well, he's making
that guy. Man, we talk about the size of his cranium. that thing is packed full of knowledge, man. You could ask him any question about any sport.
I will say
he's going to spit it out.
It's a weird partnership, but the WWE is probably one of the top partners with Special Olympics.
Really?
Yeah, they do a lot of work with us, and our athletes love them. They do a great job.
That's awesome. Good on them.
Oh, that's cool. I'm glad to hear that.
It's funny to see. I keep
watching WWE.
Keep forgetting that they're in Green Bay, so they're flashing to the crowd, and all the Packer fans out there are giving them the thumbs down. You can see that they're booing. Yeah, because the Bears are about to make their selection here and I'm sure he's playing the heel. He looks like he's.
Well, we talked about this earlier. Clay Matthews got up there yesterday and said, I have a memo from the president, and the Bears still suck. So, and I didn't realize that there was that heavy. I thought it was more Minnesota Green Bay was the bigger rivalry, but apparently not.
Now remember Aaron Rodgers? I still own you.
Yeah.
To the Bears.
To the Bears.
Oh yeah. That's when he was doing his discount double check. That's when people liked him.
Well, I would say when I went to Detroit, it was called the Black and Blue division because it's a fist fight, dog fight every single game. So when you went to play Chicago or the Vikings or the Green Bay Packers, you felt it for like 3 or 4 days because it was really physical football.
This wrestler seems to be very animated and he seems like he's shouting the pick into the microphone here. It's a tackle, Ozzie Trapilo out of Boston College.
Ozzie. We're going to call him.
We'll just go with Ozzie. Yeah, big dude, 6'8", and an 8, 316 pounts. Is that too big? Because we were talking about Stone
can
Forsythe.
You be too tall?
I think you can because it is I think I heard Mike Salk asked Gray Zabel did he feel like he needed to gain weight? And I'm just like, it really isn't about his weight. It's about the leverage. And when you get to about 6'8", it's hard to win the leverage game, especially when the edge rushers are like 6'2" and they run like the wind and can bend like crazy. It doesn't matter how athletic you are. It's really hard at 6'8" to get that low and maintain the leverage.
How tall is Stone Forsythe?
About 6'8".
Yeah. He is tall.
Yeah.
He has really good feet. Really good feet. But I think you're right about the leverage thing, man. I mean, where you're starting, it's going to take a while to get down there.
And it's hard to maintain that leverage throughout your movement because just naturally you're going to get taller, you know, when you move. And so there is a point where and it may have worked in college. It could have worked in the high school. But you're talking about the elite of the elite when you get to this level.
Who was the Baltimore tackle that was like
Jonathan Ogden?
Was Ogden like 6'8"?
Yeah, big, tall. He's at least 6'7".
Yeah. We talked about that also with quarterbacks. I remember
Dan McGuire.
Yeah. Yes. But yeah, I remember Sean Salisbury and the professor having a conversation about quarterbacks and how there's kind of a height limitation, you know. How tall was Danny?
Dan was about 6'7", 6'8". Yeah. Tall,
nicest guy.
Couldn't move. But it's interesting because they'll say, well, he moves well for a guy that big. It's like, yeah, but that's still not good enough to block these dudes. You know what I'm saying? In Detroit one year, we drafted a kid from Wisconsin, Aaron Gibson, who was legitimately 400 pounds, super athletic, could dunk a basketball, do backflips, all this other kind of stuff. But out there on the edge, it just
didn't translate.
It just didn't translate. Then tried to move him to guard. Then he was a little bit too slow to play guard. So it's like sometimes the dimensions are just too much to deal with, you know.
Second round rolls on. The Lions making their selection, pick number 57 overall. We're going to keep you up to date on everything happening through tonight's rounds, second and third round action as we come to you live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
Don't go anywhere. Live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft continues in 4 minutes. The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
We continue live here. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Big Ray Roberts taking you through the end of the third round. We are 7 picks in right now. New Orleans Saints pick is in. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock with pick number 8. But the big news as it pertains to this room is the selection by the New England Patriots at number 5 in the third round, number 69 overall, wide receiver out of Washington State, Kyle Williams.
Go Cougs.
So
fight for Washington State, win a victory.
But you like it, but maybe not, right? You were hoping maybe you'd be there when the Seahawks were picking?
You know, as Cougs, we can't complain where we get drafted. You know what? And I can't get mad when my man gets drafted to a team that I don't particularly like. But it's all good. He's a route runner. He's fast as heck. He shut out during the Senior Bowl. They got themselves a guy. And New England is slowly trying to put themselves together some weapons for Drake May. And just happy for Kyle Williams. Everyone who loves the Cougs like I do. Go Cougs. Good for Kyle.
Go Cougs. Yeah, Ray and I were watching a highlight, and he ran a route, and at no point was he open. And somehow he made the catch. I mean, the guy was all over him. I just was, like, frustrated for the corner because I'm like, how does he come up with that catch?
Yeah.
But, I mean, being able to run down the field with a guy chucking you and pushing you and all that stuff and to locate the football – and, you know, sometimes turn your head around. I mean, that's an amazing skill.
Yeah, I saw him play. My son at Portland State They played Wazoo this past season. And, we scored first, Portland State did. And then it just seemed like, hey, we're going to be in this game. And then that guy decided to show up and just had a monster day. And I'm just like, man, this dude is pretty quick and fast. I wonder if Bump knows about him. And so obviously you do. But yeah, I just remember him from that game. And so seeing him today was pretty cool.
Yeah, well, congrats to Kyle Williams going to the New England Patriots, 5th pick in the third round. Another receiver goes right after him. Isaac, how do you say his last name? Do you know? Tesla?
Sure.
Well, he's a wide receiver out of Arkansas, but it's capital T, small e, capital S, L-A-A. I have not heard his name before, but I'm just going with Tesla.
Yeah.
So wide receivers go back-to-back, 5 and 6 here in the third round. Again, the Saints pick is in. Buffalo Bills are on the clock, followed by the New York Jets. So we'll take you through all of this, and then the Seahawks again coming up with pick 92 in this round, and that'll wrap their day, assuming they don't trade the pick at all. So we'll see. They went
the trade-up thing, very cool. You know, and it's kind of funny because we talked to John this year and said, yeah, you guys don't usually do that. And he's like, whoa, wait a minute.
We had to specify first round.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But, you know, he was like, and he does trade back more than he trades up.
Certainly,
but it was kind of interesting. Maybe he'll say that was the hint that he gave us. He claims he gives us a hint every year who he's going to pick. He doesn't. He doesn't. So
that's an untruth. That's a lie.
Yeah, but, you know, just the overall, I would say, theme, and we'll look back on this draft so far. Anyway, we still got lots to do, but it's just one that I think a lot of people will be okay with. There are not going to be that many people complaining about it. That you got a guard that was like in it, and really, you know, I saw them get mocked with a couple of offensive tackles, and I was even kind of disappointed with that, you know, and I would have been okay with center, but yeah, I mean, getting a guard I think that's pretty much what everybody's talking about when they're talking about the offensive line. They have that position in their mind, so they get that, they trade up to get a safety. You know, Mike's making his defense better, so yeah, I mean, I
get a tight end.
Yeah, they got a tight end as well, and we talked about the fact that they're using, 2-3 tight ends a lot of times in this offense. So,
how weird is it for you to talk about people being satisfied with them taking a guard with a first-round pick? I mean, how far have we come to
a long way.
Where people are excited about?
I'm a broken man.
Is that the least glamorous position on the field, is being a guard, do you think?
Yeah.
Those are fighting words a little bit there.
Nah, maybe it's
you're
one.
You're a tackle.
Like we're all a family though in those trenches, dog. Like what are you talking about?
You're bonded by misery.
No, but I
the spotlight's on you as a tackle.
Right.
Not many spotlights on guards.
Right. Yeah, but I do think though you're right. It's not a glamorous pick, but like you said, in the last 10 years or so, it's just you can say like we haven't found a guy that fits what we want to do, and it's like, well, man, you've been through like 8 offensive coordinators, there's not that many offenses left to run. So there has to be somebody that can fit something.
One of them's got to fit.
You know what I'm saying? And so, and this to me, like, I don't want to put the whole can't miss thing as far as like how he's going to show up and play, but for the pick, to me, I don't know what other pick they could have made that would have trumped this one in that position, because to me it was just a no-brainer. His skill set, his ability, the way he plays fits what they want to do, the whole nine. He brings the attitude, he brings the athleticism, all that kind of stuff. It just kind of, when they say you want to draft their type of dudes, I think he epitomizes that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this line goes, and I'm curious, of the guys that are in the building, who do you have the most faith in? I mean, removing Charles Cross, I think we feel good about him. I think we feel good about Abe Lucas when he's on the field. My concern with him is just availability. Mm-hmm. Is he going to be a guy you can count on each week, or is he going to be a guy you have to manage? And all right, maybe he gives you 11, 12 games a year. I don't know what his future looks like. But like Anthony Bradford and Christian Haynes and LeMaya and Jarrell, who do you look at and go, I believe this guy's good? I'm most curious about Christian Haynes because that a third-round pick represents some level of faith, right? The other guys we looked at as sort of projects, and they got thrown in there probably, Sundell and those and Jarrell a little earlier than they should have. They're lower-round draft picks. A third-round pick represents a level of belief.
Yeah, well, I hope that anybody they draft, they believe in them. But I think Christian Haynes, outside of Zabel, like we'll just kind of, he is who he is. But Christian Haynes, to me, just from the things that I saw him do, some of the hand battles that he won, especially in the preseason, this dude was always working to finish blocks, so he's always downfield trying to finish blocks. Could have been better, a little bit stronger at the point of attack, and hopefully, saw some film of him doing workouts and things trying to get stronger. I think he has the pieces to be the other guard with Zabel, and if they have given him the time during the offseason to develop that way, like I said, probably some of his confidence was shot too, because about halfway through the season he started being a healthy scratch. Yeah. He went from rotating in, fighting for the starting job, to being a dude that wasn't even getting to play when he was healthy. And so you gotta address that too and build him back up that way so that he can show up and be his best self.
Do you remember Edwin Bailey?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that was Dave Pearson's comp as far as just looking at him, his build and everything.
Yeah.
You see a little bit of that?
Yeah, absolutely. Those little bitty ankles and most of his weight is in his midsection and all that stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
That dude had the hardest head ever. I mean, we would headbutt every day in practice, and he would be fine, and I'd be like, oh, man. But, yeah, that's the other exciting part, and I don't know if that was the case with you guys, but the second year, coming back and the players coming back that second year, that to me it's almost like getting a draft choice there because, you're familiar. You kind of get the game down, you get the speed of the game down, and, just everything's more comfortable.
I also think, too, that in the preseason, all these dudes need to play. Maybe Charles Cross and Lucas, maybe not, but all those interior dudes need to get a lot of reps in the preseason game. You can't wait until the last preseason game, give them a quarter, and then go into the season trying to figure out who the starters are.
Do you like Mike Macdonald says he wants to do more joint practices for his starters.
Right.
Would you be okay if they got most of the reps during the joints, or do you feel like you have to get those preseason reps?
Well, to me, I've done it. I don't know how many times you guys have done it, but I've done the joint practices and things, but it's still not like running out of the locker room, seeing the fans in the stands, dealing with all that type of energy, dealing with all that type of pressure and stuff, and then still having to go perform.
Right.
Obviously those reps and those joint practices are great because they're live and they're fast and all that kind of stuff, but they're still controlled to a degree because you're not trying to injure your team, before the season starts. So
I like the joint practice.
Yeah.
I got to say, I went down for that, and then they played a game afterwards, so that part of it. But, you start a game, and then the game just takes off in its own way, and whereas these joint practices, it's like, okay, hey, we're going to do 9-on-7 here, because there's a lot of times, I remember, I'd play in a quarter or maybe a half, and there weren't very many running plays. It was all pass. And so, I don't know. I feel like I think, first of all, that the rep thing needs to be addressed, like especially for offensive linemen. There need to be more live practices. I'm sorry. I mean, remember Campbell was telling
Dan
Campbell was telling his team guys, "I'm sorry, but we have to do this," and he's right. They have to do that. So, but you kind of got that. That was the speed and the tempo and everything that was going on down in Tennessee. It was like game speed. Yeah. So, and they were very competitive, and there was a couple of fights, and I'll never forget Big Cat had a guy on the ground, like he had his hand around his neck, and his fist was like cocked, like he was going to punch him, and he stopped. And I was like, wow, that was awesome.
Yeah, we didn't have joint practices when I was here in Seattle, but we had them when I was in Detroit, and we always did them with the Carolina Panthers, and I got into it with Kevin Green, several times, because there's some unwritten rules in the joint practices too. So like, at least when I play, like if you're rushing the quarterback, do some moves. None of the bull rushing, because people get pushed over piles and knees blown out. And so this one kid just kept trying to bull rush me, and so I punch him in the face, and then Kevin Green jumps out with his like incredible, with his
hair,
his whole thing, thinking he's in the WWE and he wants to fight and all this stuff. And I'm just like, dude, like this is not the WWE. Like, I promise you, I'm going to throw these hands. Like, it's going to be something different. So there's still, even though it's game speed, it's still not like, especially for a young interior offensive line, coming out of the freaking locker room, been in front of the fans, been in that kind of a real game environment, along with the intensity of the play. I still think they need to get that.
A couple picks just to bring you up to speed on. The Buffalo Bills with the 8th pick in the 3rd round take an edge rusher out of Arkansas. Landon Jackson is their pick. The Jets go with a cornerback out of Florida State. Azariah Thomas is their selection. The Denver Broncos pick is in. The San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. As the 3rd round rolls on, we continue to keep you updated on everything happening in the 2025 NFL Draft. Live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Don't go anywhere. Live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft continues in 4 minutes.
to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle's sports presentation of the NFL Draft.
Broadcasting live from Seahawks HQ at the VMAC in Renton.
Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
Come on, man!
Here's your host, Bob Stelton.
We're taking you through the rest of the third round action happening as we speak. Seahawks have pick number 92. We'll get you that as soon as they get that, get into that neck of the woods. Meanwhile, our buddy from ESPN.com does a great job covering the Seahawks is back with us, Brady Henderson. And Brady, let's get your reaction to the Seahawks trading picks number 52 and 82 to move up for pick 35, and they get Nick Emmanwori, safety out of South Carolina. Were you surprised? Had you heard any rumblings on that? What was your reaction to that one?
Well, it just seemed like with the extra second and third round picks that they had certainly the draft capital to move up. And also, John Schneider has kind of a sneaky history of doing that on day two. I know it's easy to assume he always loves to trade back, and he does do that a lot, especially in the first round. Have not seen them move up in the first round, but you've seen them move back quite a few times on day two. That's how they got Tyler Lockett. That's how they got Jaron Reed. There's a few other players, because I wrote about this earlier. DK Metcalf, Cody Barton, Darrell Taylor. So there's quite a few guys they've gotten, and some of those with some success. So it seemed like just with where their roster is at, you have those extra picks. I don't know if you have that many starting holes in your starting roster. So it just seemed like their roster was at a place, and they have the draft capital to where a move up like that seemed like it was very much in play.
What'd you hear about Nick Emmanwori that from John and all the pundits and everything about what kind of kid this is?
Well, we don't hear from John and Mike until after day two, so haven't heard anything from them yet. But the book on Emmanwori is, this is the guy that lit up the scouting combine and generated quite a bit of first-round buzz after he ran the 4.38 at 6'3", 220 pounds. That's some unreal size-speed combination there. So the guy is a big physical presence. And I know there's kind of some comparisons to Kyle Hamilton. I think that's more about the thought of what Macdonald can do with him as opposed to the players themselves. Because Kyle Hamilton ran like a 4.5 something. It's not too dissimilar of a build, but Emmanwori is, I would say, a more physically gifted player.
Yeah, we're trying to decide, moving on through the rest of the draft, what would be the Seahawks' approach? Are they going to go offense, defense, best player, or what? How do you think they're going to approach the rest of the draft in the later rounds with the picks they have left?
Yeah, I think at this point in the draft, it is typically about best player available. I think when teams are tempted to draft for need and maybe even to push guys up, it's earlier in the first round because those are the guys you feel like are going to come in and ideally play and make an impact right away. But I think taking Gray Zabel in the first round and plugging that big hole, or at least starting to plug that big hole, I think that really freed them up to make the kind of moves you're seeing them make now, where they don't have to do anything. They can go and target guys, and in the case of Emmanwori, make a pretty bold move up the draft board to get him.
The Dallas Cowboys just made a trade, and they were showing Jerry Jones doing a little shimmy, which I don't think anybody needs to see again.
Glad I missed that.
Yeah, it was really uncomfortable. But we'll see what that's all about. Meanwhile, tight end Elijah Arroyo out of Miami is their selection there. We were all talking about just the history of tight ends in this organization. Not even under John. I'm dating back to the 70s. They just never. Jimmy Graham is the all-time statistical leader at that position, and that's a guy that fans look at as, it was a bust, it didn't work. He's your leader at that spot. It's just never been a prominent position in the way of production. Do you see a shift coming with the new offensive coordinator, the new system, that maybe tight end becomes more of a prominent position in the way of targets and production, or it's going to be sort of business as usual?
Yeah, I think – if you just look at Clint Kubiak, the offenses he's run, had both in New Orleans and before that in Minnesota, it was fewer 3 receiver sets and more sets with 2 tight ends, a fullback. I think it's fair to say that now some of that is because I think it's a running-based offense where you want that guy in to block more so than you want a third receiver. But I think it sort of remains to be seen how much more tight ends are going to get involved in the passing game. But I think just in terms of how much they play those guys, yeah, I do think that's why it makes sense to go out and add another tight end there. The other factor in all this, I think, is Noah Fant's contract. Mm-hmm. He's got 1 year left on the deal. He's set to make $9 million this season.
Second biggest cap hit on the team right now.
Yeah, over $13 million. I think $13.4 million, which that's kind of a lot of money for a guy who's scored 1 touchdown over the past 2 seasons. And we all know that kind of talent that Noah Fant has. A big guy who can run a 4.5 and was a first-round pick a few years ago. But I just think they've got to ask themselves, are they counting on are they in love with the idea of Noah Fant, like the idea of this guy finally popping and finally showing why he was drafted, 19th, 20th overall, whatever it was, just because you just haven't really seen him put it all together yet. And again, I mean, A.J. Barner, I realize this is maybe oversimplifying it, but A.J. Barner, a guy who was billed as more of a blocking tight end that they drafted in the 4th round, came in and scored 4 touchdowns as a rookie. Noah Fant has 1 touchdown over the past 2 seasons. So I wonder if they're going to get to a place where they just have a hard time justifying, or they have a hard time feeling like the production justifies the contract.
Are there any remaining players that you would like to see the Seahawks draft, or a position that you'd like to see them draft?
I think cornerback is very much in play at this pick in the 3rd round, number 92 overall. They brought in Savon Revel Jr. He's the guy from East Carolina who might have been a 1st-round pick this year had he not had a serious knee injury. And then, did he just get taken? Or is that?
Yep.
Oh, he did.
By the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay. Yep. That's what happened. That's
why Jerry was dancing.
Well, there you go. Jerry was happy to get him because you're talking about a 1st-round kind of talent, but he had the knee injury. So I thought that would have been kind of a good match in Seattle, just because of not a glaring need. You could line up with Josh Jobe, and you could be just fine with Josh Jobe. He showed that in the second half of last season. But I think there's an opportunity there to either upgrade or find somebody to compete with him. There's a guy kind of that's been I'm killing time here because I'm forgetting his name.
While you look that up, I'm going to say the last 2 names pretty cool. Siobhan Ravel and Princely Uman-Mielen.
Yeah.
Princely is his name.
Princely.
Yeah,
I believe they brought him in
Very
for a
cool.
visit, too. The guy from Ole Miss, right?
Yeah. He's an edge rusher.
Yeah, and then Noel Williams is the cornerback from Cal, who I think could potentially be in play here. Kind of a longer guy, not a burner, but a guy that, again, because cornerback is in need, he's one of the higher-rated guys left, and so I think that could be in play.
Have you been kind of keeping an eye on the NFC West and, the draft with the Niners and Rams and Cardinals? I know right now the Cardinals are on the clock, so
yeah.
Their picks in. We haven't seen it yet, but the Houston Texans are on the clock. The 3rd round moves quick.
Okay.
Yeah, the time it goes from 10 minutes to
7 to 5.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But to answer your question, no, because I feel like I'm trying. As soon as I get caught up on what the Seahawks are doing, and they bring in the players in that they draft on like a conference call, so we're all huddled around the phone.
Well, I'm asking you, Brady, because I was too lazy to look it up.
Oh, well, sorry, I can't be of any help to you.
Come on, Brady.
I'm kidding.
Carry your weight.
No, I just, you look around the rest of the division, and it seems like the Rams draft pretty well. Last year especially, man, they have a good young defense, but just always feel like they're battling them. But yeah, I like the sort of, we were saying this earlier, Brady, that like, what are you going to complain about? I mean, maybe that you give away 2 picks to move up, and I don't know. I mean, I love the safety pick. I like the tight end pick, and of course, everybody loves the guard.
Yeah, this is. I mean, for as much as they tend to, go off script, if you will, in the draft. I mean, this is a draft where you've heard of every one of their 3 players they've taken so far. They all fill some degree of need, including the first pick being the biggest need imaginable on the roster. So it's been a rare draft where it sort of follows. Not to say that them zigging when everybody else zags. Not to say that they've made wrong moves there, but it's definitely gone against just conventional wisdom among observers. And so, but again, I think they've freed themselves up on day 2 to where they don't have to do anything. They don't have to add to a certain position. you just start looking at kind of some of those, lesser needs. And I think cornerback could be one of those that they could address at 92.
How do you compare their approach this year to the draft and free agency as opposed to last year when it seemed a little bit rushed because the hire was later and the whole nine?
Yeah, I think from the sounds of it, I just think it sounds like they have a clearer picture of the kind of players that they want. And I know that was part of, the explanation for the guys they signed in free agency. And look, maybe it sounds like an excuse, but I think to some degree it makes sense where, when you hire a staff that late, you're a little bit behind in terms of getting the scouting department and the coaching staff getting on the same page in terms of what kind of player they want. How much validity there is to that, I don't know, but I do know that going into year 2 under Mike Macdonald, you are in first year of the new offensive system and that new coaching staff, but that all came together so much more quickly than it did compared to last year, and so I imagine they are approaching this draft as they did with this past free agency cycle with just a clearer vision of the kind of guys that they want.
Last 2 picks, Jordan Birch, edge rusher out of Oregon, going to the Arizona Cardinals, number 79 pick overall. 79th pick, Jalen Noel, wide receiver out of Iowa State, going to the Houston Texans. So the Indianapolis Colts pick is in. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock as we are marching towards the Seahawks pick.
Well, let's all pour one out for our buddy Brock Heward, because I think Jalen Noel was one of his favorite players in the draft. Yeah, the Iowa State one of the 2 Iowa State receivers that has gone on day 2. I think Higgins went earlier.
Yeah.
But,
can you imagine if he'd have been in this room and that guy got picked?
Oh, I mean, you're talking about this table being flipped over.
We barely survived yesterday. So there you go.
Screaming.
There you go. All right. Brady, we appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir.
Thanks as
you
always.
got it. Thanks, guys.
There you go. There's Brady Henderson of ESPN.com. Covers the Seahawks for ESPN.com. Doing a great job there. We're going to continue to keep you updated on everything happening in the 2025 NFL Draft. Third round is rapidly moving its way towards the Seahawks, who pick number 92. So we'll have every bit of it for you as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Don't go anywhere. Live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft continues in 4 minutes.
Draft continues live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Big Ray Roberts taking you through the proceedings. Anxiously waiting the number 92 pick is where the Seahawks will be coming up next. You've got just a few teams in front of them. The Jacksonville Jaguars are currently on the clock with pick 88, followed by the Houston Texans, the LA Rams, the Baltimore Ravens, and then the Seattle Seahawks. So they'll be picking before we know it. The third round will go through 102 picks, I guess, with the compensatory picks that'll be made here. So 102 picks.
We call that 102 where I'm from, Bob. 102.
Well, and just a side note, you and I were talking about Shedeur Sanders during the break because he still has yet to be picked. Now, Pro Football Talk tweeted out Shedeur Sanders had 1 year of college eligibility left. At some point, and that point may have already arrived, he should consider trying to use it and play for a school other than Colorado. And Bump and I were going, well, can you do that?
Don't you register for the draft?
Yeah, you can. Look, you can enter the draft if you don't have an agent and you don't get drafted. Then you can go back to school. Okay. But you can't pull yourself from the draft. So he's at this point. Once it started, you can't pull yourself. So he's at the NFL's mercy if he wants to do something like that.
Yeah, I couldn't see his ego letting him do something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you think he could? His dad has enough power to where he can call GMs and be like, "All right, just don't draft him.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't draft him.
Yeah.
Let him go back to school."
Well, there are people in the. I'm just looking at some of the comments saying you can't do that. Others say no, actually you can. You need to read the article. I don't have time to read the article, but I don't. Hypothetically, let's just say you're allowed to. Hypothetically, and we can look it up. But would you consider doing it? The logic here? And I don't know if this is Mike Florio who wrote this, tweeted it. He was saying. It's a suggested solution to his current predicament. He'd make much more in NIL money than he'll make in the NFL this year, and he'd get a chance to increase his stock for next year. Hypothetically, if that were allowed, would you say, you know what, man, you were thinking you were a top 10, top 5 pick in some people's minds. We're getting toward the end of the third round. You don't make it out of the third round. Would you do that if you're allowed to? Dave?
No, I would not. I would tough it out. I think that would be the right thing for him to do. Just say, hey, look, this didn't work out. I want to play football. And, yeah, if you go back, would he have to go back to Colorado?
Well, his suggestion was go to a school other than Colorado.
Okay. Yeah. So he would make some more money.
Yep.
And then have a year of experience. How old is he?
He's got 1 more year.
But is he like 22?
He's a true junior.
Okay.
So he's like 21,
22. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I just think I'm to the point now where I feel sorry for the kid. And, and I don't know how – I wonder if Dion feels responsible or whatever. But seems like he's a good dad and everything, in that regard. He wants the best for his kid. So, yeah, I'm to the point now where I'm like, he's probably going to be humbled. Like you said, Bob, I liked everything he said.
Yeah.
The way he handled it so far. So
yeah, and I was showing Bump this other thing. Somebody apparently prank called him. Like it was a team calling him, and they had video of it. I was showing it. That's not cool.
That is really
that's
wrong,
really.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I might take the shot at going back to college.
Go back to college.
You don't have to take. You're not gonna take any classes. You know what I'm saying? You're just gonna be there for the fall and the football season.
You know what I'm saying?
And all the classes are online anyway. So it's like, and he can go more money, throw the ball a little bit more, maybe work on some of the things, with not a whole lot of pressure, and get some real true reps other than the practice reps.
There's something I think he can do too. Like when you look at him, he doesn't look like physically strong.
Right.
I don't know what his eating habits are or workout. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate, but I can look at him and say, all right, he can put on a few more pounds and just look more of the part because he is a good quarterback.
Yeah.
Is he as physically gifted as some of these other guys? No, he's not. But he is a good quarterback, and man, there's so much stuff surrounding him that I think just bit him in the butt, man.
How much do you think he could get in NIL money?
Oh, he get $2 million easy.
$2 million.
Oh, real easy. It's the Beck dude at Miami is rumored to get like $4 million. This dude Shedeur could get that.
Yeah. Well, remember I showed you that I took a screenshot of my TV. They were talking about the quarterback at Duke was making I think a total of like $8 million
or something like that. Yeah.
Duke football.
Well, Virginia gave their starting quarterback from North Texas I think like $1 million or something like that. At Virginia.
Virginia's more of a football history than Duke.
Yeah, but man, Duke has been balling more than Virginia the last few years.
Duke and North Carolina.
Yeah.
I was just stunned to see a football. I'd get it if it were a Duke basketball player, but a football player, and it was like a total of $8 million if you played it out. I'm like, for Duke? That's the money that they're paying them?
That's a smart school, so there's money over there.
Yeah, it is.
They can throw some money over there, man.
That is crazy.
Send something at Wazoo. Help us out.
So I don't know if he's allowed to go back or not allowed to go back. I don't know. You're probably right, Dave. I don't imagine he would. Would you go back, Bump?
I would. If I had the influence that Deion had, and my dad could call people in the NFL and be like, look, this ain't what we want. All right, don't draft my boy. All right, and I would say, let's go back. Let's go back to the drawing board. Who else could do that?
Right.
There's not too many people who have that option at this point. That has that type of influence. So I would spin it though. I wouldn't say it's for the money. I would say I just want to get better. I want to develop a bit more, and I'd have a good PR system going. I'm like, listen, guys, look, I learned a lot about myself, and I'm not who I thought I was. I'm gonna go back to school. I'm gonna go to class. Big Ray, he's not, and I'm gonna be a better person, a better football player. That's how I would spin that thing, because he's the only kid in the history of the draft who has that type of power within his family to do that.
Yeah, here it is. Reportedly signed an NIL deal worth $8 million. Darian Mensah?
Goodness gracious.
Yeah. He's supposed to be a dog quarterback, though, like really, really good. Dude. And Duke football in the last few years, forget the head coach's name, but he was a defensive coordinator at Penn State, and he's a head coach there now. And they've started the season off strong. I think they've been to a couple bowl games. And
McCaffrey's oldest son went to Duke. That's the only player I know he played, I think, for the Raiders.
He's in the league, yeah.
Yeah.
Lincoln Tomlinson,
Max.
I think, went to Duke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, all due respect to Duke, but they're noted to be a basketball school. I wouldn't think that the NIL money would be that lucrative for their football program. But, yeah, so, I mean, these kids can make a lot of money. And if you've got the profile that Shedeur does, going back, whether it's Colorado or he goes to a different school, I would imagine he'd walk away with a giant bag of money.
Well, and if Deion did call all the GMs and say, hey, we don't want to be drafted, I don't think anybody's going to do it out of spite to him. I mean, because he's going to.
I'll show you.
He's going to have a bad attitude if you draft him. So. Yeah,
that's an interesting thing.
I'll tell you what, of all the stories that have happened on draft day, I mean, it's not. There's always something. Sometimes it's just some kid gets left in the green room or whatever. I was watching the Elway to Marino 30 for 30 today, and I think it was Dan Marino that was bombed, and then that was that he went to Miami because I think Pittsburgh was in there somewhere, but then also Elway gets drafted and doesn't want to. He says he's going to go play for the Yankees.
Right.
That was
drafted by the Colts.
Right? Yeah, by the Colts, and that was right when they were moving to Indianapolis, and so then finally they worked out a deal. But yeah, this is a pretty interesting story here.
It is.
At first, I thought it was kind of cheesy and they're trying to create something. And now, I mean, the more picks that go by, the more drama.
Well, and I legitimately feel sorry for him. I mean, he had some moments where he didn't come off well. That press conference after a game where he kind of threw his line under the bus.
Did do that.
There were moments where you're kind of like, you know what? I hope I see this kid get humbled on some level out there. But this, and then getting prank called, like the team's picking him, I was like, that's too far, man. Now I don't care where he came from or who his dad is, how much money he has. He's still a young man with feelings here on a national. It's all playing out in front of the world.
The world, Craig.
Everybody's watching this. This isn't you just hanging out at your house and the phone's not ringing. The cameras are there. Mm-hmm. It's just I do have sympathy for him, and I know that there might be some that don't agree with it. But man, that's just and it is fascinating. I am very curious to see how it ends. Where does he go? Who's going to be the team that steps up and goes? Third round, fourth round, this is a bargain.
Well, I'll tell you what, they'll have a motivated dude who, if he does ended up getting drafted wherever.
Should be, right?
This other thing, he was a good high school football player. They went to the HBCU. They helped lift that program up. They went to Colorado, helped lift that program up. So the dude has shown that, when he has an opportunity and there's motivation there, his own internal drive. Like even, I think it was yesterday, he said the goal is still the goal, and so if he can keep that same attitude no matter where he lands and when he lands, I think he'll be fine.
Well, the pick is in for the Rams. They are at pick 90. The Ravens are on the clock, followed by the Seahawks. So we're going to keep you up to date on everything going on through the third round, get you that Hawks pick as we continue our coverage live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Don't go anywhere. Live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft continues. The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center as the third round of the 2025 NFL Draft rolls on. Big Ray Roberts, Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman, Bob Stelton with you. The pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens. They're going to announce that here momentarily. The Seahawks are officially on the clock with pick number 92 overall, number 28 here in the third round. So do we have a sense? Do we have a feeling, an inkling as to where they may go? Because it feels like now it's kind of they hit some needs right out of the gate. Now it just feels like it could be anything. Like it could. I wouldn't be shocked if it was wide receiver, if it was a cornerback, if it was another O lineman. Feels like it's all
kind of feeling like the wide receiver thing. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I'd love to
same.
see them take another lineman, but it seems like they're pretty happy with what they have so far.
They said they have the players going into the draft. They said we have the players to play offensive line. So, but I'm with you with the receiver. You talked about the speed earlier, Bob. Yeah. It just they don't have anybody to take the top off of defense.
That's right. That's
How's
exactly
that for
right.
The most cliche thing.
As far as linemen go, 2 of the last 3 picks have been guards. The Ravens took Emory Jones Jr., a guard out of LSU. The Rams took Josiah Stewart, edge rusher, out of Michigan. And before that, it was another guard, this one out of West Virginia, Wyatt Millam, going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Seattle Seahawks pick is in, so we'll wait and see what that is. The New Orleans Saints are now officially on the clock. So, yeah, if they go wide receiver, who's left out of the receivers you like their bump that you could see them potentially going with here?
I like Jalen Royals out of Utah State. He's a speedster guy. You also I like Alec Iomana as well out of Stanford. He's a big receiver, fast enough to almost blow the top off of defense, but he'll go up and he'll grab the football as well. Those are my 2 favorite guys who are left. And then like a fan favorite for me is Tez Johnson, Bo Nix's brother out of Oregon, a smaller guy, but you don't need that. And then there's Nick Nash, who I think is probably going to get drafted later on. He's a big guy out of San Jose State, Triple Crown winner this year when it comes to receivers, but he went to San Jose State, so people are knocking him a bit. But we'll see. I think honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they picked a running back either. I wouldn't be surprised because you know that the Seahawks typically they like to carry 4 running backs. I know this isn't Pete Carroll, this is Mike Macdonald, but if you're committed to run the rock, you need O-line, you need running backs. So let's see if they switch it up.
Do you think McIntosh gets more of a shot, more of a look this year coming up?
I know. I think that Bump talks about Kenny Mack as much as we do because we get texts that are left over from your show about him. I don't get it.
They're going quarterback. Jalen Milroe.
No way.
Jalen Milroe to the Seattle Seahawks.
Wow.
With pick number 92. How about that?
Let's go.
So we felt like they might take a quarterback with one of these picks. I thought it might be later, but Jalen Milroe is now a member of your Seattle Seahawks.
I told you, Stacy. Stacy Ross. I told you.
Seahawk fans, they're showing in the audience out there, all seem very pleasantly surprised. 6'1" and 7/8", 217 pounds, strong, sturdy frame, Dave, elite speed, inconsistent passer.
Yeah,
that's my breakdown.
I like his. I like that. That's good. It's well thought through.
You did a lot of study, Bob.
Yeah.
Good job.
The film pays off.
Hey, I mean, you look at some of the throws that he makes. I mean, it's not like he can't throw the ball, but it's I think it really interesting that they would maybe be able to develop him. I just love a running quarterback, man. And maybe they put him because I don't know if they used him that much last year, Taysom Hill. But, I mean, I know that in that offense they used to have packages for him that, he can get in there and then he can throw the ball. And, I feel like he's a better passer than Taysom Hill. And then, you got all kinds of threats. I just think as a defense, it's a nightmare. It really is. I mean, I bring up every once in a while that it's hard to know how to tackle these guys when they're on the run. But it's more than anything, it's like you're dropping back into zone or God forbid you're in man-to-man and your back is to the quarterback and you're running downfield and all of a sudden you hear the crowd start cheering and that guy's taking off running. And it's hard. It's difficult. So that's really interesting.
Well, and it's, we talked about the quarterback room before, and right now it seems kind of crowded. You got 4 guys there, but you don't have any real commitments. I mean, the Sam Darnold deal, again, can be a 1-year deal if they want to get out of it. If things don't go well, it's a 3-year deal at max. Sam Howell's in the final year of his deal. You just signed Drew Lock to a 2-year, $5 million total deal. So in football dollars, that's peanuts. And then you've got the 4th guy, Jalen Hill. Is that it?
Jaron
Hall.
Jalen
Hill, Jaron Hall. See,
you were just off by a vowel.
Yeah, but those are your 4 quarterbacks, and now you got Jalen Milroe.
The thing I like about this is kind of a classic John Schneider move here. right? Where you don't think it's like, look, Spoon. I mean, I know there were lots of people that thought Devin Witherspoon was going to be in the top 10, no question, but they didn't really need it at that time. Right. They had Michael Jackson and Trey Brown, and they had, Reek was coming off of a good year, right? Was that after his rookie year? And so, yeah, I mean, there was plenty of corners, and they took the best player. They clearly thought Milroe was the best player in the draft.
Well, the cool thing about having him, I don't know if you can become a consistent passer. It's like one of those things I feel like you either have it or you don't have it. I don't know. But the other cool thing about him is that if you do run those packages like Taysom Hill, this dude is a home run hitter. Like, he's faster than that guy. And people are saying coming into the draft that he's a better runner of the football than Lamar Jackson was, which is saying a lot.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And so
it's
kind of – it's kind of an out there kind of a thing, but he's highly thought of as a dual threat kind of quarterback.
That's a lot to put on him with that one.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what they were saying. Like the whole Shedeur Sanders thing too. You know what I'm saying? They were saying this about him.
That's a little obnoxious, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Trying to throw that on him, with because L-Jack is unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable. But I mean, what I was saying is, like, can a guy, and maybe I'm asking Bumpus because he coaches like you and I didn't coach, Dave, but you're the skilled dude, little guy. But
everyone's little to you, right?
As he's developing a package like that, can he also improve the consistency in the passing? Like, is that something you can improve?
Well, let's talk about who he is, right?
Yeah.
He's the most athletic quarterback in this draft for sure. He has one of the strongest arms in this draft. He's shown at times, like, I can make the throw from one hash to the corner. I can hit my receiver going across the middle. But like you guys said, it's the consistency. If he were to enter the draft last year, he's probably going to be a first or second round draft pick. This year he has 20 rushing touchdowns, so he showed that he can use his legs a little bit. And I try to put him into the Kubiak offense, right? And I try to put him in today's NFL.
Right.
What do you hear about all the time on offense? RPO, right? You run pass option. You always give your quarterback an opportunity to be right. A guy like this does that. Also, what does this tell us about the quarterback room? Like we talked about, they're looking at Sam and saying, you still got to prove yourself, dog. You got 1 year showing us you can do it, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to bring in a back-end quarterback who we trust. We've seen him work here in Seattle before. If things go wrong, boom, you're in there. But we also want to bring along a guy that we can develop for 2 to 3 years because physically he has it. I've seen him throw the touch ball. I've seen him throw the deep ball. We know that he ran a 4.38. Is he a better runner than Lamar? No, I wouldn't calm down with that. But is he faster than Lamar? Yeah, for sure. But we don't see Lamar take big hits. So this is I like this move because nobody is comfortable in that offense now. The O-line ain't comfortable. The running backs, we think there's going to be competition. QB room has competition. I like this move, man. I think it says a lot about the competition that Macdonald wants to create here at VMAC.
Yeah, it's surprising, but not surprising. I thought they would take a quarterback. I thought it'd be later. Like I said, I didn't know if he'd still be there at this point. But Shedeur Sanders was obviously still there. That's 4 quarterbacks now taken ahead of him. So we'll see where he lands. But a bit of a surprise, a pleasant surprise. Again, flashing to the fans there in the stands, the Seahawks fans that are in attendance, and they all look like they were going crazy with excitement. So,
I like it.
And and he comes in with no pressure. There's not because of what you just committed. Yeah. It almost feels in a weird way kind of like when they brought in Russell. They drafted Russell in the 3rd round. You'd committed $15 million to Matt Flynn. Matt Flynn was going to be the guy, and this guy all right, we'll take a flyer on him and learn. And I don't expect the same result that Milroe's going to come in and dazzle and preseason and get that starter's job, but it is kind of a similar thing where you got a brand new quarterback as your starter. Yep. You draft a kid who's kind of looked at as, all right, we'll kick the tires on him, take a chance on him. Saw how it worked out with Russell. This is kind of similar in the same setting, same team.
That's funny. One-hit wonder gets paid. Matt Flynn, Sam Darnold, but we're still going to draft a QB just in case we got to break this glass and put them in there.
Well, I mean, look, we talked about this the other day that it's the most important position. You should be trying to take as many bites at the apple as you can, trying to find the right guy. And we talked about this yesterday, Bump. That how many teams have that guy? 6, maybe 7.
Yeah.
And then like we did a thing that was like, upper class, middle class, lower class, and
then no class.
And no class. Yeah, I was in that
and
category.
Didn't go to class.
Yeah, but I mean, it's so hard to find those guys, and then once you get the right one, I mean, we saw what happened with Russell Wilson. So, I mean, them committing a pick and signing, Locke back and, signing Darnold. I mean, yeah, I think it's great. I think it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I think that RPO thing too is a real deal, because if you look at how they blocked some of that with Lamar Jackson, there was a couple times where you're running it to the tight end side and the tight end blocks out on the defensive end and you're reading the second level defender.
Right.
Then the next time the tight end blocks down on the second defender and you're reading the defensive end. And so you put those two dudes in so much conflict because they don't. When the tight end blocked out, then the linebacker kind of stepped outside, thinking that maybe it's going to be a release hit outside. No one even had to block him. Lamar just ran straight up the field for like 15, 20 yards. And then the next time they did the exact opposite way. So then the defensive end is standing there like, what am I supposed to do? Yeah. They ran right past him that time. So it does put a lot of – and then he can – you can scheme people open in that and get better windows for an inconsistent thrower to throw into a wider window to a receiver.
It looks the pick is in for the Cleveland Browns, and they're taking a quarterback, Dylan Gabriel.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Dylan Gabriel.
Listen, a better thrower of the football, more athletic than Shedeur, has a bunch of starts. He's one of those seniors who have like 105 starts in college football. I mean, as it kind of unfolds, right, we're talking ourselves through it. Like, we're making it make sense. And it's unfortunate that this young man came into this draft with all this hype because of what is surrounding him. But what we're seeing is that these scouts are checking boxes. And so far, Shedeur ain't checking enough boxes for these dudes.
So there you go. Quarterbacks taking 2 out of the last 3 picks. Dylan Gabriel, the latest quarterback out of Oregon, going to the Cleveland Browns. Pick number 30 of the 3rd round, number 94 overall. Before that, it was Jonas Sanker. Saw you pumping your fist there. Out of Virginia, safety out of Virginia, going to the New Orleans Saints. And prior to that, it was Jalen Milroe, quarterback out of Alabama, going to your Seattle Seahawks. We'll continue to take you through the 3rd round. The New England Patriots pick is in. The Eagles are on the clock. Our coverage continues live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Don't go anywhere. Live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft continues in 4 minutes.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle's sports presentation of the NFL Draft.
Broadcasting live from Seahawks HQ at the VMAC in Renton.
Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker. Here's your host, Bob Stelton.
The coverage continues. We've got the football think tank in here with me with Big Ray Roberts, Michael Bumpus, and Dave Wyman taking you through this 2025 NFL Draft. Third round is rapidly approaching an end here. You got the pick in for the Houston Texans. The Las Vegas Raiders are now on the clock. They've got back-to-back picks, numbers 98 and 99. The 49ers will follow them, followed by the Eagles, and then the Minnesota Vikings to round out the third round. But the big news to this point for Seahawk fans is pick number 92 overall. The Seahawks stayed with that pick, and they go quarterback out of Alabama, Jalen Milroe, drafted by your Seattle Seahawks. So you've got a crowded quarterback room. I mean, almost certainly Sam Howell's going to get moved, right?
Well, it looks like that. And here's one thing. First of all, I think this is the most John Schneider pick ever.
Quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, and also, I said, hey, if they draft a quarterback, I'm going to be really interested to hear what John says about him, because he's been kind of on, we talk about all the time on our show that I remember he called me during spring training. He's like, I'm down here looking at Patrick Mahomes, and we're serious about it. We're very serious about it, and I hope people know that. And so we talked about that quite a bit. But then, same thing with Josh Allen, and, he hit with Russell Wilson. And I don't know, it just seems like he has an eye for that. And then the question I had for you guys is, what do you think Sam Darnold's thinking, number one? And then do you think, I wonder if he had a conversation with him. I mean, I know nobody ever called me when there was a linebacker drafted. So, but quarterbacks are a little bit different. And what do you think?
Who gets those conversations? It's quarterbacks, but it's like a certain tier of quarterback. Like Aaron's going to get that, Josh Wood, Lamar, Pat. But I also think that the way things operate around here, they might just do them the courtesy and be like, look, you got 1 year to show us that you're going to be the guy, but we have to make sure that we're good to go. My hope, and it's kind of messed up, but it's from the outside looking in, is that they didn't tell Sam. And Sam's watching the draft. He goes, hey, babe, we got to get right. I got to keep this hunger that's inside of me, because I was making $10 million last year. I'm making 30 plus this year. I want to get the other 230 plus for the duration of the contract. Let's go. That's what I hope, because I feel like it keeps him on his toes and it keeps him motivated.
Yeah, it's weird because I think of it the exact opposite way. Like I think because of all the newness with the new coaches and a new quarterback, a new city, a new team, that I think you should probably tell him, just because you want him to still believe that they believe in him. And it also delivers a message. You better do your thing. You know what I'm saying? And it's crystal clear. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to guess or think or wonder. It's like, yep, this is what's going down, and I better, bring my stuff and be ready to go. So I think, to me, I think it could either way. But I do think you pamper to the quarterbacks a lot that way. But I think they probably said something to him.
Yeah, and look, he knows better than anybody that it's not a guaranteed 3-year deal.
Right.
That it is, if they want out after a year, he knows that. I got to go out there and perform this first year. Yeah. Otherwise, they can move on. They don't have a strong commitment financially speaking or contractually speaking. So it's not really breaking news to him. How he's going to feel about it. It's a new team. It's not like, I guess it'd be different if it was Russ or somebody who'd been here for a number of years, been a Pro Bowler and been your guy, and he's the guy you market and you're built around him, and all of a sudden, hey, we're drafting this young guy. Then I could see them going, hey, Russ, look, here's what we're doing.
Yeah.
But for a guy that you just brought in who signed that deal, he knows.
But you just paraded him around, too, as your guy, though. Like, he just had a big press conference, he wore the flannel shirt, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
in the Pearl Jam.
He did the whole thing, you know what I'm saying? So, and like I said, if he had been here for a couple of years with the same, there's so much newness going on.
Yeah.
I think that if you then guess on the communication, then you can lose track that way.
I think Sam. Go ahead, Dave.
I was just going to ask another question. How do you think Geno would have handled it?
I don't think Geno would have been hot.
Yeah, I don't I think it might have been poorly received.
Gino would have put out a cryptic tweet, right? And had all of us here wondering what the heck's going on.
We were looking at it going, what do you think he meant by that? What emoji is that?
It would have been one that only he knows the answer to, and you can't, crack the code and all that.
Hey, Mama said. What? What did Mama say? What did Mama say? I don't know.
She say it too.
Yeah. But I think Sam is still the guy. And he should still be the guy. Mm-hmm. But in this league, when you've pointed out before, Bob, there's only a few quarterbacks who can wake up in the morning and say, for the next 4 years, I'm good. I am good. So you gotta put that competition out there. But Sam will be the dude. I think we'll see packages with Milroe.
Yeah.
And they'll use his athleticism. But I hope they truly try to develop him and not just use him as a gimmick.
Right.
Develop this guy.
Look at these sorry-ass Raider fans.
Embarrassing themselves out there.
Doesn't scare anybody.
Yeah.
I think they're scaring people.
They got back-to-back picks here. They were in the compensatory pick area. So the third-round picks ended, and now we're in the Vegas Raiders have back-to-back picks along with the 49ers, Eagles, and Vikings as we sit now. Do we see Pete Carroll there?
Is that the Raiders? Where's Pete?
There
I love you, Pete.
Leaning back in his chair.
We miss you.
Yeah.
I just miss having him around. He was such a nice guy.
Yeah. Look, as it sits right now, Pete's the greatest head coach in the history of this organization.
Yep.
So there should be no ill feelings about Pete from anybody who's a Seahawks fan because he brought glory to this organization that they had never had before. So I root for Pete.
And even in the down times, he could always make you feel better.
Yeah,
he just always had a pep talk.
Unique ability to be just remorselessly positive in the face of something really negative.
The other thing is when he would talk to you, you were the only person in the room. Mm-hmm. He just had this way of I remember when he asked me. I remember a couple of years ago, I broke my ribs. I dropped a weight, and so we played the Rams down there, and there was a last-second touchdown to DK. It was super exciting, and we're going to the buses, and he comes over and he goes, "Hey, now what's this thing that I hear that happened to your ribs?" And I'm like, "The color analyst on the radio, that is the least important person on this trip, just checked in on me to see how I was." So, yeah, Pete was awesome that way.
Another guard off the board, by the way, to the Raiders, Caleb Rogers out of Texas Tech going to the Raiders, which means the Raiders are now on the clock with their next pick. So we'll see. There's Dave's favorite player ever, Steve Wisniewski.
Is that him again?
Yeah.
Man, if I saw him in an airport, I might punch him.
I wouldn't do it in an airport.
He is a Hall of Fame, offensive guard, but I'd be the angrier one of the two. Do you remember that guy? I mean, he was a good player. Yeah. He was a Pro Bowler.
Yeah, he was.
But he was just always annoying. And when I was in Denver, Carl Mecklenburg would before we'd play the Raiders, after during practice, after every play, he'd come over and shove me in the back. I'm like, "What are you doing?" He goes, "I'm getting you ready for Wisniewski."
You're like, "Stop it! I'm already angry."
Yeah. Just don't pull a Bill Hitchcock, who used to play guard here, and big Canadian dude, black belt, karate, all this stuff, and he and I were walking through this bar one night, and he goes and I can see this look on his face that he had when he was ready to just throw hands. And I'm thinking what the heck is going on with Bill? And then all of a sudden he walked into the mirror. And I was just like, "Bill, what are you doing?" He goes, "Dude, I thought that was a dude that was coming at me." And so I'm like, and so I'm thinking to myself, if he's not going to move, I'm not going to move. And I'm like, you just walked right into.
He was battling a mirror,
dude,
his own image.
But Bill was like that. He would just black out, and it's just "Okay, Bill, just calm it down."
That sounds like a scene out of a movie.
Oh, dude, it was hilarious.
Bill was like a physical specimen.
Yes, he was.
And he was cut.
Yeah.
For an offensive lineman, I mean, he was a monster.
Well, I know when I came here after I got drafted, and I went back to Virginia, and they go "Hey, what did the players look like?" I'm like, "Dude, I just saw the biggest white dude I ever seen in my life." And I was like, "What?" I'm like, "This dude's fingers were big, his hands were big, his arms, and his waist was small like this. He's a gigantic dude." And it was Big Bill Hitchcock.
By the way, the Raiders going O-line again, so they're putting putting an investment in that line in front of Geno Smith out there. They go offensive tackle out of William and Mary Charles Grant with their second. So they go guard with Caleb Rogers out of Texas Tech, followed by Charles Grant, tackle out of William and Mary. So they are shoring up that O-line for Geno Smith out there.
Yeah, Charles Grant, he's a project. You can see it in his frame too that he still has some weight to put on that body too. So he's smooth in the pass protection, but you can tell, Big Ray, I'm going to send you clips and you'll probably look at it yourself. He looks young, and I can't wait to get your analysis on it.
Yeah, I know a little bit of him. The head coach there, Mike London, is who I worked for when I was at UVA, and so he's talked to me a little bit about him. But like you said, he's one of those dudes that's a kind of a late bloomer to the position and to just filling out his body that way.
Yeah, looks like he's got wrestling pedigree, as they were showing highlights of him there as well.
Always a good thing.
Understanding leverage and how to distribute his weight. All right, 3 picks to go in the third round here. We're in the compensatory picks, so we'll get you up to speed on everything that's going on as our coverage continues live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Don't go anywhere. Live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft continues in 4 minutes. 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
Third round rolls on, just 2 picks to go. The latest selection, cornerback out of Western Kentucky, going to the San Francisco 49ers. Upton Stout is headed that way. So now we are down to the final 2 picks. We are in the compensatory pick area of the draft. So number 37 of the third round, number 101 overall is the Philadelphia Eagles. That pick is in. They'll be followed by the Minnesota Vikings, who are currently on the clock with the final pick for the evening at number 38 in the third round, number 102 overall. So we are finding our way through the third round, and the big news out here, obviously, in Seattle for Seahawks fans is their selection at number 92. The Seahawks select quarterback Jalen Milroe out of Alabama. So we've been talking about what that means to the guys in the room, what it means to the team. Are they going to, develop him, or are they going to use him in, some of these option plays that we've seen with Taysom Hill out in New Orleans, or what's his role going to be?
You could have a whole package of plays for this guy, man. I just think it would be like an offensive coordinator would be like a mad scientist in trying to, develop all these plays, and I don't see something like that. I don't think would go over well with Gino.
No,
as you like to say, Bob, it would not be well received.
No, it'd be poorly received.
So yeah, I mean, I think that is going to be really interesting to see what happens there. And then I think Sam Darnold's the kind of guy that's sort of still in prove it mode, and he it's not like, hey, this is my job, kid. So as far as the relationship goes there, I think he'll be fine. It's just like I said, such a Schneider move, man. It get the best football player, right. And he was the best football player there. So yeah, I think it's really fascinating. I think it's going to be a great story, fun to watch. I'll be rooting for the kid, man, because I like it when quarterbacks run. I love it. And I think that's going to be something that more teams do. But you look at when you have a guy like Jackson, L-Jack, you look at what he is able to do. And, again, I always say it's like 11 on 11. It's not handing the ball off, and the quarterback's a dead player. So, yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff. I could see Rick Dennison up there like a mad scientist trying to find all kinds of different ways to use this kid.
It is weird how it does mirror the Russell situation, though, because, again, that
was a great point by you.
They went out into the free agent market, got the guy who was the hot name at the time, who was Matt Flynn, coming out of Green Bay, threw 6 touchdown passes against the Detroit Lions, and everybody's going, oh, my goodness, this is a guy who's getting a chance. He's going to shine here. And they draft Russell Wilson in the third round that year, and you get through the end of preseason, and your starter is Russell Wilson.
So what you're saying, we're going to the Super Bowl in about 2 to 3 years.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
The thing I love about the pick is that you get a guy who, could develop into something even greater, but he can also contribute right away.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times at this position, it's a person that maybe gets some reps in the preseason. You may not even see him during the regular season at all, but that they're going to have a package for this guy and this is a dude that can impact the scoreboard quick, fast, in a hurry. You know what I'm saying? Like it can, he's super fast. He's athletic. You make one guy miss and it's a touchdown. Yeah. And so he can have a real impact on wins and losses.
Another thing, Clint Kubiak, just if he's able to develop him, I mean, he's the kind of coach that players like. That's one of the reasons why Sam Darnold came here. It was one of the major reasons why he came here. And let's say he develops Milroe. They don't, let's say Darnold has like a great year and everything, and then you're able to develop Milroe, and maybe he's a trade piece at some point down the road. But I just don't think you can have enough quarterbacks, as far as trying to find the right guy.
The one guy who's probably going, what the hell, man, is Drew Lock.
Yeah.
Thought I was your backup. And he probably still is. I mean, you look at Milroe as in terms of being your quarterback, throwing the ball, the development guy. Let's work on it. Let's refine his game. Let's perfect it, and we can still use him and get production out of him with his other talents and abilities. Yeah. And Sam Howell seems like the odd one out.
Yeah, I wonder what they can get for him.
If something were to happen, knock on wood, right? You're going to go Drew Lock. You're not throwing Milroe in there.
Right.
I mean, that's why you have Drew. He is a professional quarterback who has shown that I can put some drives together and keep you afloat while things get better. So this is a project, and it's not a project to where you're not forcing it. It's a project to where you're going to sprinkle it in every now and then. Because sometimes we see projects on the offensive line. Michael Jarrell last year, right? It's a project, and we're just holding our breaths every snap and saying, just get to your guy and do your thing.
Yeah.
And you're counting them for 30 snaps. With Milroe, it's, okay, man, 5 snaps. Let's see what you got, man. Or we'll let you throw the ball late in the game. Let me see what you have. So it's a project, but it's one where you can take your time with it.
Yeah, so it has been wrapped up. The Minnesota Vikings go with Ty Felton, wide receiver out of Maryland, as the final pick of the 3rd round. So that concludes all of the action on the day. And again, 3 rounds gone, and Shedeur Sanders had 5 quarterbacks go in front of him?
Ooh-wee. 5 of them things.
Man.
So final prediction, you still thinking he's going back to
Go back to school, brother.
We're still trying to figure out if that's even allowed. I mean, Florio was tweeting it out like it was a statement of fact, and some people were challenging him in the comments, and others were saying, no, actually,
80% sure it's allowed as long as he doesn't have an agent.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have an agent and you don't get drafted, you should be good.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think Deion would have anticipated that.
Nobody did. I mean, we were all talking about every other quarterback, like, well, you know who the first 2 quarterbacks are. And we kept saying those 2, if they were last year's draft, neither of those 2 would have been a first-round pick. But this year they're going to be first-round picks. It's about the other guys. Where does Milroe go?
Right.
Where do all these other guys go? And now we're sitting there going, well, Sanders was one of the 2 certainties. And he's still waiting on that call, unfortunately.
We're learning life lessons here on the NFL draft.
Yeah.
Nothing is guaranteed.
Yeah, that's for every, I don't know. That's interesting, and I wonder if maybe his workout that Brock was telling us about yesterday, maybe that became a bigger deal. I didn't hear much about his workout. I don't recall hearing any.
Well, he skipped the combine and then does it at the confines of the friendly confines of University of Colorado, which we've talked about this. I just kids that don't want to go to the combine, I'm just automatically suspect. Because I want to see him go and compete. And then, Brock said not only he, but also a couple other people there were looking at each other like, what the heck's going on here with this workout? It wasn't good. So,
what's messed up about that? It's because we saw Willis shoot up, the Liberty quarterback from a couple years ago. Because of his workout. We saw Will Levis shoot all the way up because of his workout, because he looked good in shorts and T-shirts. Just watch the film. If you're going to let a workout determine if he's going to be a top pick or not, then what are we doing for real? I understand it. It brings up concerns, but if these other guys are going to shoot up to the top of a draft because they look good on shirts and T-shirts and not great on the football field, that just reinforces what I think about the NFL draft and the whole process. It is so jacked up. Like the combine is jacked up. The pro days are jacked up. You should just watch this dude on film, interview him, and see if you like him as a person and leader, and work with it, because we start nitpicking. It's crazy to me, but there's something about Shedeur, whether it's on the field, off the field, that it's a consensus. Every GM in the NFL did not want to take a chance on him.
You think we're going to find something out about him?
It has to be something, right?
It has to, yeah. And it's not
it's
one,
a great point.
It's not one
every
person's anonymous quote either. Like that one quote didn't influence all of this. It would have had to been, like you said, Bump, it had to be a consensus behind, the closed doors that something isn't right, or they don't like something, but that one person, kind of gave someone a scoop on it and they're getting crushed for it. But it couldn't have, 31 other teams aren't going to hear an anonymous quote from some other league official and go like, oh, yeah, that must be it.
Yeah, that becomes gospel to them. Yeah, I'm wondering, I get your point. It's a good point about the workouts and everything, but I wonder if it carries a little more weight when you are set up in a situation where you are there to really just shine. It's your receivers and your building and your setup, and so if you don't look good when everything is set up for you, does it weigh more than, you know what I'm saying?
You should look good on air.
Right. In your environment.
You should. I'm just giving a different perspective.
Right.
Because I watched the film, and I think he's a dang good quarterback. But there are concerns with just his physical. He's not very strong. He's not very fast. Like Dylan Gabriel throws a better ball. He's stronger. Shuck throws a better ball, better pocket presence. Milroe, the best quarterback athlete we have out there. Cam Ward, arm angles, off-platform throws. Everyone does something better than him, but it's hard to ignore his completion percentage and what he did behind that horrible offensive line.
So would you have taken all these guys ahead of him? Like, do you agree with all these teams, or do you look at somebody that took one of the other quarterbacks going, man, I would have taken Shedeur if I were in that situation.
I understand why this happened, but I think that in the long run, he will be a better quarterback than some of the guys who were taken in front of him.
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk more. That's going to be a conversation going into tomorrow's rounds and everything else. We're waiting to hear from John Schneider and Mike Macdonald and see what they have to say about today's activity. We're going to continue to keep you updated on all of that as we continue with our coverage live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
the 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
Second and third round in the books for the day as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. The president of football operations and general manager of your Seattle Seahawks, John Schneider, speaking with the media about today's activities.
You guys are not ready. Gentlemen, Brady? Greg's not here. We're not ready. It's a Brett Favre joke. He'd be like, gentlemen, John? You get it, Greg? Meaning that you're not a gentleman? Yeah, okay. Well, you weren't laughing. Yeah, exciting day. It's a cool day in Seahawks history. It really is. It started out outstanding with Nick. We waited on Arroyo. And then, adding Jalen right there at the end was a big deal for us. So, yeah, really excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, just talk about all three guys having just a consensus and a plan for them and a vision for these guys joining our team. And all three really exciting in their own right. So, yeah, it's a great day.
We've asked you so many years, John, quarterback. You said at the combine, the draft, you need to speak to us.
Yes.
What was it about this year, this player, this round?
Well, I mean, we give Ryan Florence and Aaron Heinlein a ton of credit. Those guys did a ton of work on them. It's really hard on those guys to be able to see that, 22 miles an hour or whatever he ran on film or on the field. But he's an incredible athlete. Very, very fast. I think literally it's 21.2 or something like that. His GPS speed, but. Hard worker, and he's like the William Campbell Award, like academic Heisman Award winner. He's had 4 different offensive coordinators. Worked his tail off. His mom's former Navy, dad's Marine. Like he came in on a visit. He had a really great visit, and he was in a spot, and he just kept coming, and he was there by himself. No, I don't think he was actually. No, but he was damn close. Yeah, he's a unique, special kid, special athlete, special young man, athlete. And we're gonna develop him as a quarterback. But with that, can add something special as we go.
Well, I think you got to look at it through the lens of the things we talked about when we first hired Clinton. One of the reasons we hired him was his ability to incorporate the whole roster and really bring out what everybody does really well. So, I mean, adding Jalen's a part of that, and like the ability to kind of employ everyone and bring the best out of all the players is really exciting. So, that's how it fits. I mean, we're running Clint's offense, and Jalen's going to fit right in. And but when he's in there, we're going to be doing the stuff that he does great, just like we will when Sam's leading the charge. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I don't think it's fair to say Taysom Hill. I mean, Taysom's such a great player, and the way they used him was more of like a tight end, fullback hybrid role with sometimes taking snaps. Jalen's a quarterback through and through. He's going to be trained to play quarterback for us, and when he's in there, he's going to be playing quarterback. So, but the athleticism is going to come to life, when he's on the field, and that's how he's going to help us.
Mike, with Nick, how much did you have Kyle Hamilton in mind, and maybe?
Can you hear him? Okay. You sound like Will Ferrell on the Saturday Night Live with tone deaf, whatever.
I just keep thinking I'm thinking there's 2 boxes that we got to check with Nick. I'm just kidding.
Did either Cam Chancellor or Kyle play in your thinking as you evaluated Nick?
I think the physicality of Cam is. I mean, you have such a respect for Cam. He's such a just a unicorn of a player in NFL history for us. Legion of Boom, just it's hard. He can't like put. He's just so unique, you know. And Kyle's the same way. And I think what we found with Kyle is that the system allows for us to get multiple safeties on the field, and also be in the slot and with kind of like enhanced coverage responsibilities, and he can affect the game that way, kind of at the second level while training at the third level, and gives us some depth with the safety room, guys that we really love that are currently on the roster, and then to be able to affect the game early on in his career too as he starts to develop. But same story with Nick, just coming in throughout the process, getting to know us on his visit really helped out, buying into the vision that we have for him, and it's going to be really fun to work with him when he gets here next week.
John, were you surprised that Nick was still available on day 2, and was he someone that you even considered in day 1?
Yeah, that's awesome. That was another softball right up your alley. Yeah. Yeah, we had him right next to Greg, and so your question last night, right? Are there people that you were interested in? Yeah, and so yeah, great relationship with Chad Brinker in Tennessee. We were talking to a couple clubs there, and yeah, we were able to. It worked out great. We were a little nervous that things were going to fall apart there because I don't know how far he would have gone. It felt like a long way. 1552 felt like it felt like a pretty far distance, right? So he wouldn't have gotten there. He wouldn't have fallen there. But yeah, I mean, this guy this is one of the best combines I've ever seen. I mean, physically he does kind of look like Cam Chancellor. I think Cam would tell you he didn't test like that, but
to move up as far as you did.
Yes.
And what kind of does that take an extra level of conviction in the player to give up what it takes to move that far again?
Absolutely, but we felt like we added 2 first-round draft picks. So when you're doing that, it's like, all right, well, we're giving up a 3rd-round pick, and then you have to try to figure out what the 3rd round's going to look like once it's everything's picked apart there, and it was just evident to Mike and myself, everybody in the room, that it was well worth it.
What did you learn about him on the 30 visit that made you guys, and what did you want to learn about him on the 30 visit?
Well, again, we entered the equation late as coaches, so give us an opportunity to kind of see how he sees the game. And, Jeff Howard did a great job. Carl Scott, AD did a great job with those guys throughout the whole process, and really get him to open up, like football-wise, about how he sees it and, how we would – our vision for him, and I think it started to mesh. We had a great conversation. Ernest Jones was in my office, and we sat down with Nick, and I gave him a bunch of grief about – South Carolina football, but that was a good time. Just trying to get him in a setting where he can be relaxed and get a great feel for the person and the football and the person meshed, and off we go.
Sorry.
May not be fair to compare him to Cam Chancellor, Kyle Hamilton, but the combine numbers that you pointed out, how do you see that manifest in the way that he plays in coverage and playing downhill? He played all over the field for South Carolina.
Yeah, Mike probably gets tired of this and our defensive staff, but I mean, the way I was raised in this business was with Ron Wolf was like, why couldn't he be a corner? I mean, he'd be a shutdown. Like, he has coverage skills. He's just a unique. Again, the combine was one of the most impressive things we've seen. I mean, not for how big and explosive he is. I mean, all 4 of these guys are incredible athletes, which is awesome because that, in turn, also plays into, to your point, it transitions onto the football field and you can see it, So yeah, I mean, like Elijah really, like, some of our coaches were like, maybe he's an X receiver. I mean, this guy can like full route tree, like super, like explosive. I mean, again, great Senior Bowl.
No.
Man, sorry.
With Jalen, is there kind of more patience there because you say, wow, this ceiling's really high? Do you have a plan, kind of more unique to him that say, hey, we're going to give this really a lot of patience and not push him through it?
Yeah, we don't use patience a lot around here. It's, But there's always going to be an urgency in how we're developing our players and how we're training them, and Jalen's going to be right there with everybody else. But Sam's going to take by far and away over 90% of our snaps this year, and however Jalen deserves and earns the right to go out there, then we'll do that. If it's going to help the team, it's best for us to move the ball and give these defensive coordinators some headaches, which is I'm really happy it's not going to be us. So that's awesome. And I don't want to put a timetable on it, but it's not an immediate need for him to go out there and be taking a bunch of snaps for us initially.
Or quarterback, how beneficial is it to come into a room with multiple veterans and start a bunch of games, have that kind of experience?
We have 5 guys right now, and these guys they're all outstanding people. They're all competitors, all really smart guys. So I think it's gonna be a great spot for them. It's a really cool problem to have right now.
I'm sorry, to add Jalen to that mix with like a third round pick, did you have to get a sense of his willingness to come in and sort of find his niche and guy who's 2 years?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a unique situation. But these are conversations that that we've had throughout the process, and Jalen's been awesome throughout that process. His agent Nicole Lynn's been awesome throughout the process, and I think we got a great plan together. So, you feel the alignment and the excitement about the opportunity for kind of everybody involved. So that's where we're at right now, and we're just in a great situation where I feel like we can kind of move forward, get the best out of everybody, and let's rock and roll.
And he probably said that about the draft board because we just add an explosive weapon while he develops as a quarterback, right? Which rookie quarterback's going to come in and knock it out of the park right away? Like, everybody needs that time. So,
talk about how Elijah Arroyo fits into your tight end room and the role he would play.
Well, yeah, I think John alluded to. I think Elijah's in a unique situation too, where this guy can run an extensive route tree, and to have to account for a tight end body on the field, and him also to be able to split out wide, do X receiver type of things, bigger body that we probably have right now on our roster, just provides a ton of value. And then he's going to throw it in there as an actual tight end in line and be able to kind of create some of those bigger personnel formations is the vision we have for him. So it's really exciting.
John, when it comes to Elijah, he missed quite a few games in 2022 or 2023, and then he was mentioning to us that a lot of the routes he ran were split routes. So how does that complicate trying to look at a player when he's missed a lot of time and maybe wasn't being utilized a lot as a vertical threat, trying to project what he can do with your offense?
well, that's exactly why he, was there when we were picking at 50. Otherwise, you have to, like I told you guys before, we end up beating these guys up so much throughout the process, but you have to be real about it. And he has missed time, but if he hasn't missed time, he's probably the talent's top 15 pick. So this guy's special.
John, you started by saying this is a great day in Seahawks history. What about today makes you feel that way?
It just feels like, today with the way, adding Nick, coming back. Last night we were really, we had a lot of conversations about, how do we do this? We almost traded back up in to get Nick. Everybody was extremely passionate about it. If we would have come out of the draft without him, we would have been disappointed. Now, same thing. Same thing with Elijah. Everybody was talking, throughout the process, throughout all of our meetings, there's no way. How do we? Are we gonna be okay with this guy? Are we gonna be able to use him? This guy's how do you add that guy? And it's all for the people, the competitors, the athletes. They just feel they all just feel special. I can't describe it any different than to say they feel special. They feel different, and it's a great thing. Like I said last night, respecting the group of players that's here right now to add these guys in, it's gonna be outstanding.
Mike, what did you learn about Jalen, the person, when you got to spend some time around?
Man, I think you feel the urgency and the passion for like his vision he wants for his career and where he wants to go. And he's incredibly determined. I mean, this guy is a tireless worker, highly respected by his teammates, highly intelligent, and he's just really determined to become a great player and a great quarterback. And we all have a lot to learn and grow in my career and his career and as a football team, and we all see that. And but it felt like it was a great opportunity to add him to the mix and be able to do it together. Yeah. As a quarterback. I mean, look, quarterbacks that extend the play are incredibly difficult to defend. I mean, the worst feeling in the world is you play the first play of the play perfectly on defense and you defend it and you're like, all right, sweet, we did it. And then the guy still has the ball and then you got to defend the next play, sometimes a third play, and he can kill you in the first play, he can kill you in the second play, he can kill you in the third play. And it's not a fun existence, to live consistently, So he has that ability.
Did your experience in Baltimore with Lamar at all play into how you evaluated him in terms of what you were just talking about, with the difficulty in defending that type of mobility, or the ability for a quarterback to develop as a passer in the NFL?
Well, I mean, I think is the short answer. Of course, I mean, I have so much respect for that organization, obviously, and Lamar is obviously a tremendous player, and but they're on different. They're you have to respect their career trajectories as independent, So we respect that. We have that vision of it, but yeah, I mean, you see when you add people to your organization, you want to have a vision for these people. Sometimes it's bigger than they have for themselves, and then our job is to make it come to life over time when you work together on it. And that's how we see Jalen. That's how we see all these guys. Anybody that adds to our organization, anybody that's on our team, it's our job as coaches to have that vision for them. And that's what makes it so fun. When you see guys kind of do things that they didn't necessarily think they had the possibility of doing, and then now the team's coming together, and now we're rocking and rolling. I mean, that's the stuff right there, man. That's what you do it for.
And watching those guys, watching New Orleans last year, before they got so banged up on the offensive line, I mean, they're utilizing all their guys. They're shifting people around. It was really impressive what they were doing. They're scoring like 40 points a game.
They have so many mechanisms to get guys around and change personnel groups and get the ball to guys inexpensively, where they can let the guys do the things they do well. And that's again, that's one of the reasons we hired Clint and the rest of those guys. We have so much respect for how they operate and the creativity, but also kind of sticking to the the foundation of the fundamentals too, which is like a secret, kind of like a secret sauce to it. And it's going to be a really fun journey to kind of make it come to life.
John, you've talked about upsets in the past.
Yeah.
I'm curious how the draft's fallen so far. Have there been many upsets, or are they kind of going according to what you expected?
I mean, the first round is always kind of like take the first round out. So through two and three, we've probably had about 4. So like now it'll start. It kind of starts dissipating as we go. But yeah, I mean, it's always we talked about for the guys last night that for every time a guy leaves, it's like there's how many hours went into scouting this player, right? So. But it goes the other way too. We have guys coming from the free agent board. We have guys coming from the medical board. We have a grade that's like says the guy's a really good player, but he's just not our type of person. So they come from there too. So, like there are upsets, but then there's also like there's big wins.
It's quite a story. The Shedeur Sanders not being drafted. How did you guys react as you saw that unfold?
How do we react?
I didn't react.
Yeah, no, I think you're just kind of going through. We're not listening, we're watching. We have it on, but we're not. Right. We don't know what the stories that are going on.
How different was because of how the quarterbacks got scattershot all through the first 3 rounds, like last year, 6 of the first 2 picks for quarterbacks?
Yeah.
How did that change the dynamics of the draft for you guys, for teams that wanted to trade, or how it shaped these first 3 rounds because the quarterbacks weren't going?
I think it just got back to the normalcy of a draft. last year was anomaly to have 6 guys go that high. Is it 12? 12 picks.
Did it make it harder for you to draft or trade partners?
No, not necessarily. Yeah, we could have gone back right there at the more people right there. People started ripping pretty good, and like once we got into, I think we were the first trade of the day, right? And then people were definitely moving, and things really started going there. We had an opportunity to go back a little bit there, and then we just decided to stay there and take Jalen.
John, you talked about how in the past you got stuff like NFL Europe or whatever, keep like the young guys to reps.
Yeah.
You mentioned you have 5 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So how does Jalen get enough reps that a young quarterback needs to develop? It's going to logjam the gap.
I can do that one.
Yeah.
You can ask our guys. We're going to get a maximum amount of reps, and like one thing that I think that we take a lot of pride in here is our threes get a ton of reps. It probably speaks to our like preseason record over time. Like we believe in development, and in order to get good at football, you got to play football. And they're going to give us. It's a shout out to the rest of the team out there, but they know this. If we're allotted 150 minutes, we're going to be out there for 150 minutes. And but the way you can do that is by changing the tempos, changing who's out on the field. The threes are getting a ton of reps. There's plenty of opportunities before and after practice to work stuff. There's walk-through room. There's all sorts of tools you can use to ramp up those cheap, really good reps. And then it's just as we go, what do the players need to work on to take their game to the next level? And quarterbacks are the same, the same vision.
And he has, he has 33 career starts. So he has played a lot of football already. It just it takes a minute for every rookie, right? Like the pro systems, and he's 21-6, and he's been through like a semi-bent. I mean, this guy's he's fun. He's a really cool kid. He's a young man. I did it again. He's not a kid.
He's just getting older.
Like just given all the things.
He's a grown man. He had a beard.
How excited is your defensive staff when you were able to make that happen?
With Nick?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, he's been a guy that our whole staff's been really excited about the whole process. I mean, how do you watch his tape and not, just see the potential of what he could become? And to our coach's credit, they really felt strongly about it. And when you go through the process and get the alignment with the scouts, and the scouts saw it the same way, and it's our job to kind of make it come to life now, which is the fun process. Like, get in here, go to rookie football school and learn what a slot formation is, like learn what 21 it's just build it from the ground up, and if you do it the right way, I really believe that could be something pretty special.
John, Jalen, a couple more. Jalen had 10 yards per attempt 2 years ago, and this past season his interception rate almost doubled. But where do you view him right now from a passing standpoint? Where he's at in development, not just throwing the football, but when he's throwing with anticipation, progressions, things of that nature?
Oh, I think similar to like I stated earlier, like all these, the whole group really, like everybody's. It's going to take a minute, for all of them. Everybody's at different levels. He's in a unique category with this whole group of quarterbacks because of these. He's again like the explosive athlete, the speed. He's. I saw him play live at Wisconsin, and it's like, okay, well, great play, poor decision, and he just scored from 60 yards or something. You know what I mean? He just takes off and he's gone. It's a natural runner with the ball. And like Mike was talking about, it puts so much pressure on defenses. And
John, last night he said that day 3 was by far the most fun. Did this year's day 2 give it a run for its money with everything that happened?
yeah, it did. Just, I think the excitement of trading up for Nick, Elijah still being there, and Jalen still being there. I think it's pretty. I think everybody in the room was. God helps those who can't help themselves, and there's work like it's up to you, pray like it's up to God, and like everything will just go the way it's supposed to.
John, you've got a late 4th, 2 5ths, 2 7s tomorrow. Do you feel good about the picks you got? Do you want to be adding, moving? How are you feeling about your
well, I think pliable is what I would say. We definitely have specific guys we'd like to add, and then how do we? We'll go back in there for a minute and talk about it, but how do we maneuver to get to those spots to make sure we acquire those guys is the. But I think pliable is what I would say. We definitely have specific guys we'd like to add, and then how do we? We'll go back in there for a minute and talk about it, but how do we? Maneuver to get to those spots to make sure we acquire those guys is the. is the plan. But I would say pliable.
Anything else? Thank you.
Okay, have a good evening, all.
All right, thanks, guys. Sorry, Bob.
There you go. As they wrap up the evening after the second and third round action today, the Seahawks still have 5 picks. They've got 1 4th-round pick, 2 5th-round picks, and 2 7th-round picks. So we'll see if they maneuver, Dave, to try to get into the 6th round. Perhaps they don't have a 6th-round pick. See what they do there. But still 5 picks to work with. And so far, I would say this is a very well-received draft by the fans.
Yeah, I mean, I think the tight end, maybe nobody's talking about, but love the safety, love the quarterback. I certainly love having a guard. I thought the Milroe pick, like we talked about, is just a John Schneider special. I mean, he don't need a quarterback, but why not add to the pool of the most important person on the field in an NFL game? So, I loved all of that. So John told us in our last interview with him that his favorite day is Saturday.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, you said how many more picks? 5?
5 more as we sit right now, depending on how they maneuver.
Yeah, they traded, one of them away today. But, I think it's going to be interesting to see if they, decide to fill in offensive line.
Yep. So our Seattle Sports Draft coverage begins at 8 a.m. tomorrow for all of you draft maniacs that want to get up early and take it all in. We've got you covered. It runs until the end of the draft. So beginning to end, we've got you covered. The Seahawks go into action tomorrow with 5 picks on the docket as we sit right now. All right, that's going to do it for us. I want to thank everybody here, Brenna, Mike Lefko, Justin, obviously Michael Bumpus, Ray Roberts, Dave Wyman. I'm Bob Stelton. Have a great night, everybody. 8 a.m. tomorrow, our coverage picks up right here, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, Seattle Sports on 710.
Don't go anywhere. Live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft continues in 4.
Baseball fans, it's time to step up to the plate and swing for a grand slam at the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is always a home run with the best games, the best restaurants, the best pool and spa, and the best rooms and luxury suites. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Nothing says Mariners baseball like the sounds of the game.
Play ball!
And nothing prepares you for game day like AM/PM. From ice-cold drinks to hot, tasty snacks, it's the perfect play for Mariners fans on the go. As a proud partner of the Mariners, AM/PM is here to keep you ready for every big play, every home run, and every extra inning snack run. So before first pitch or after a big win, swing by AM/PM, where the lineup is always delicious. AM/PM, too much good stuff.
Fireside Home Solutions, a great Pacific Northwest company. I've been thrilled working with them. I know you will too. Whether you need a new fireplace, a garage door, or outdoor barbecue, Fireside Home Solutions is the call you need to make. They offer a free in-home consultation, or go see a showroom, Portland, Auburn, Tacoma, Spokane, and Bellevue, or online at firesidehomesolutions.com. Hey, and don't forget, Matt and John are big Mariner fans too.
Mariners postgame.
Going, goodbye baseball.
Mariners postgame is presented by Alaska Airlines, Fred Meyer, and Global Credit Union.
Julio going back to the one who tracked to the wall, leaps up, and he makes the catch again.
Mariners postgame starts now.
Was great. Here's the pitch. Swung on, softly hit to shortstop. Here comes JP, scoops it up, fires on the move in time to get the out. What a great start to this one for Logan Gilbert. 9 up, 9 down. He's put the lineup down in order through 3. Yeah, he looked great, and the big surprise, he would not come out for the 4th inning. Logan Gilbert would lead this game after 3. Right forearm tightness was what we've been told, and we'll hear from Logan Gilbert moving on through the postgame show. But then Casey Lawrence came on in the 5th inning. An error by Dylan Moore kind of opened the door. The Marlins put a bunch of runs on the board, 6 runs, all unearned in the inning. So they had a 6-1 lead at that point. The Mariners, though, would get closer in the 6th inning. It was Jorge Polanco, a 3-run home run. Pitch. Swung on, cracked, right field. It's on its way. Stowers at the track, at the wall, makes a leap. It is gone! Jorge Polanco, a 3-run home run, and the Mariners are right back in it. Polanco stays hot. It's now 6-4 Marlins. Yeah, unfortunately, the Mariners would get close, but then the Marlins, a 2-run home run in the 8th inning. They would extend the lead. They were up by 4, and they would close this one out as Williamson grounds out to end it. Here's the pitch. Swung on, a slow roller right back to the pitcher. Enriquez has it. Fires to first in time to get the out, and that is the ball game. Yeah, that was it. Ball game over. 8-4. Marlins take the first game of this series. We have a lot to get to in the postgame show. I think we're all anxious to hear what Dan Wilson and Logan Gilbert have to say in postgame, with Logan, of course, leaving this game with forearm tightness. So we'll have the postgame show coming your way right after this.
At Fred Meyer, an annual Boost membership is better than ever. Save up to $1,100 each year on gas, groceries, delivery fees, and streaming options. With double fuel points, unlimited free delivery, and exclusive savings for members, there's so much to love about Boost. Sign up for a Boost membership today. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Baseball fans, it's time to step up to a plate of the finest steaks and seafood at Smokin' Cedar. Enjoy sweeping views from Mount Rainier to Seattle from our heated terrace. The best gaming, dining, hotel, pool, and spa is all at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. The biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot.
Fireside Home Solutions, a great Pacific Northwest company. I've been thrilled working with them. I know you will too. Whether you need a new fireplace, a garage door, or outdoor barbecue, Fireside Home Solutions is the call you need to make. They offer a free in-home consultation, or go see a showroom, Portland, Auburn, Tacoma, Spokane, and Bellevue, or online at firesidehomesolutions.com. Hey, and don't forget, Matt and John are big Mariner fans too.
Here's the windup and the pitch.
What if Alaska Air could take you further, like all the way to Asia?
Swing and a hit. This ball's flying out of the park, folks.
Now that Hawaiian has joined Alaska, there's even more